So good morning, everyone, and welcome to our Q3 2024 system demo. So I'm Jean-Michel Bécard. I'm the head of Portfolio Management Office here in EMA, and I will be your host for this morning of system demo, where we will see all what has been developed and delivered this quarter. So some housekeeping before to start. So this session is live stream and it's being recorded, and of course will be made available on our corporate website. So you are welcome to socialize and to share the link if you think some of your colleagues may be interested in some of the products we will demo this morning. We will also use Slido to interact with you, and the interaction with Slido, of course, is voluntary, but you may also remain anonymous. And if you choose to use Slido, you consent to the processing of your personal data. That's part of our privacy statement for Slido usage at EMA. So just a little bit of reminder, what's a system demo? So that's really part of a transparency goal of a lean and agile way of working the agency embarked some years ago now. It will show you an integrated view of what has been built and delivered in the past 3 months. That's what we are calling a planning interval. Every 3 months we plan the work to do, and at the end of those 3 months we demo what happened and what has been developed, and we can see what has been delivered compared to the plan we have made 3 months before. So it's an opportunity for you to give instant feedback through Slido. You can ask questions, and I remind you to ask questions about the feature, which are demo, and also in relation to the new development. And of course, it's recorded and will be published on our corporate website. Before to go into the demo of today, the next system demo will be the 12th of December, where the next PI planning will happen next week. So that's we'll do our Q4 for 2024. So we have quite a busy agenda. We will go through ESMP, the new account management system. We will show you also how the new fee regulation will be implemented. And then we will see the Union product database for the vet benefit products, then the human product management service. We will show you also what happened on the product user interface before to go to API and Iris and the electronic application form. And I think that will be a very busy morning. So we'll just go through how to use a Slido for you to be able to give feedback. So there is two ways to give your feedback. You can use the Q&A or the feedback poll. If you use the Q&A, the question and the answer will be public, and you will see the question coming in, so you can vote for them, and the most upvoted question we will try to answer if time permits verbally during that system demo, and if not, we are always publishing a Q&A document after the event on the event page of that system demo on the corporate website, where you will be able to see the answer to the question in writing. If you don't want your question to be public, so if you want to really give some feedback directly to the team without being public, you can do so by using the feedback poll of Slido. It will be open until the end of this month. Please identify yourself so we can see to whom we have to send back the answer. And that's all, I think. So you have the Slido QR code or the Slido code. And don't forget, each product of the system demo has a room. And please choose the right room for the right product, so you can give the feedback directly to the product team. So it will be easier for us to see to which product the question belongs to. So I think we will start with the value stream monitoring. That's the value stream where we can find all the system to monitor the ability and the safety of the products. And I think it's time for me, yes, to give the floor to Sophia and Peter to demo you the shortages monitoring platform and what happened on that platform recently. So over to you, Sophia and Peter.
Thank you so much. So I'll just take over the screen sharing if you don't mind, and you should be seeing it now. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to another day in the exciting world of the ESMP, so the European Shortages Monitoring Platform. So, today, me and my colleague Peter Jan will guide you through the developments that happen in the last 3 months, and you can then ask us any questions that you have about it. So I'll do a little bit of an introduction, and I think you have maybe seen this slide before, but in a nutshell, the ESMP will have data collection capabilities, we have analysis and reporting, shortages management, and there is a lot of data integration. In terms of shortage data collection, we will be gathering shortage information, the data on the supply and demand of medicine, ISPOC registration, and so on. And in the analysis and reporting, this is where my colleague Peter Jan will show you how we have developed the dashboards and for matching of supply and demand. And then in terms of the shortages management, the case management functionality was already demonstrated in the previous demos, and the data integration is a process that will keep going on as we develop new capabilities for interoperability with other systems as well. In terms of the development timeline, we have a plan to go live with the routine shortage reporting functionality at the end of November. So this is a functionality that will then be used by marketing authorization holders to report shortages of centrally authorized products. With that, that will be the first part of the go live, and the rest will be happening at the end of January or February. And with that, the entire platform will be going live as well as the public platform. Also, in terms of the incremental development, you can see that now these boxes have started to fill up slowly, and in green are the things that we have already developed. Here, the dotted lines is what we were refactoring in this quarter. So basically, we went back to the functionalities, tried to make them better and faster. So we changed the way we do some data processing for the uploads and downloads, which were also inputs that we got from the UAT with our marketing authorization holders, that this is something that they would like us to work on, and this is something that was also happening in this quarter. In white are the things that we haven't worked on so far, and that will be the main focus of quarter 4, alongside fixing any bugs and making sure that the platform is ready to go live for routine shortage reporting, and then also doing go live preparation for the January period of next year. The NCA functionalities are the ones that I will be demonstrating today. So the stock and supply, the patient estimation, and the national demand. And of course, with all that, you will also see the user interfaces of these functionalities. In terms of the recent publications, so we have been quite busy in the summer period, and there was a lot of documentation that got published on the ESMP webpage. So that webpage can be easily accessed just by, in essence, Googling ESMP. on the EMA public platform. And we have therefore published the MAH implementation guide and the NCA implementation guide. So in those documents, all the data elements for against which marketing authorization holders will have to report, and the data elements for which national competent authorities will have to report are all listed and explained with their validation rules. So the technical specifications of that have been published. Also, with that, we have published the prototypes of the reporting templates, so you can see exactly what it will look like, how they will be grouped, and therefore how the data submission will have to be performed. On the 25th of June, we had also a webinar on the ESMP Essentials and MH reporting requirements, and the recording of that is live on the EMA web page as of now, and we got a lot of questions there, which we all answered, and we published the answers on the event page as well. We also published the ESMP communication plan, so all the activities we have foreseen for now to support all our stakeholders to make sure that everyone keeps informed, and everyone will be then provided trainings for reporting to the ESMP before these functionalities go live. So that is also something that is available on the ESMP webpage. Currently, we are undergoing UAT with our NCAs. So here we are involving the subject matter experts and the members of the MSSG subgroup for the ESMP, and they are now testing the NCA functionalities that I will be demonstrating to you today. And then in October, we will be doing further UAT with marketing authorization holders on routine shortage reporting before the functionality goes live. So a lot of activities happening on the ESMP side. Now I will take you through the features that we have developed and show you how they work. NCAs will be reporting to the ESMP in times of MSG-led preparedness and crisis. And here is of note that NCAs report critical shortages of medicines to the EMA. However, this process will not be going through the ESMP as of now, and it is pending decisions for the post-MVP scope of the ESMP. But for MSG-led preparedness and crisis, NCAs will indeed be reporting through the SMP. So MSG-led preparedness is a situation that is an, let's say, event which is specifically driven by the MSSG to address events that might lead to a public health emergency or a major event. So in those times when there is a need, then the MSSG announces the beginning of the preparedness exercise and defines the list of medicines to be monitored. So, for example, we had an urgent situation with many shortages of antibiotics throughout Europe in the previous autumn-winter seasons, and then the MSSG triggered close monitoring of a subset of antibiotics. And here, the national demand is a feature which is in scope of that. However, in crisis, it's also the reporting is also done against a list of medicines which are defined specifically for that crisis, so a public health emergency or a major event, and it follows the European Commission recognition of a public health emergency or a major event. So here we'll be showing the three actually the two data submission flows, with the third one still to be developed in the following quarter. Also, the ESMP homepage is something that the NCAs will see when they log into the platform. So the homepage will have these elements which will be dynamically shown based on the situation at hand. So if there is a crisis active, then they will see this part of the page with the checklist of each data submission flows that they need to complete. And same for the MSG-led preparedness. At all times, they will be having these boxes which pertain to the reporting of critical shortages and the solidarity mechanism requests. However, they will be able to only download the templates, but the templates still need to be sent through email as this was not part of the MVP, and the solidarity mechanism request the same. So they will be able to download the template, but still the reporting goes through our current reporting channels. So if the MSG-led preparedness, let's say, is not active, this part will not be seen. If a crisis is active, this part will be seen. If none of these situations are ongoing, then only this part of the web page will be available. Now, for the national demand. So the national demand, as we said, applies to MSG-led preparedness situations, and for each medicinal product in scope of close monitoring, NCAs will be requested to report information about the estimated number of units of the medicinal product needed to treat the patients for a 6-month forecast period. Now, the forecast period will be defined based on each particular situation, but the reporting will have to be done for 6 months. Actually the templates will be presented to the NCAs with product information pre-populated from PMS with the medicines in scope, and here all the basic information on the products will be displayed in those templates. And then against that information, NCAs will have to tell us what is the demand over the 6 months. And I'll show you now how this will look like in the system. So NCAs go to this part of the page or on the left-hand side on the navigation bar, and they will be able to download a template. So the template will be pre-populated, as we said, with all the information in scope of MSG-led preparedness authorized in their country, including centrally authorized products. And we see we have the short product name, MAH, pharmaceutical forms, all the standard data elements that identify products. And now we go in and populate. And as I said, so these 6 months, which 6 months they exactly will be defined according to the needs of this particular monitoring exercise. And here we're putting in the numbers of units. So not numbers of packs, numbers of units. So we have now populated the data. We save the file. And we upload it. The data can now be put in here. And then the validation is triggered once we click submit. So each submission also gets a submission ID, and in the submission summary, it will be stated when the upload started, when it ended, and whether there were any errors in the file. So in this file, there were no errors, therefore there are no records to display in the below screen. So in the submission history, we can see that this file was submitted, and if we click on it, we can go back to the submission summary. So that was the submission of national demand. Now, stock and supply. Stock and supply is a feature which is part of crisis submissions for national competent authorities. Here NCAs will be requested to report against each packaged medicinal product which is in scope of crisis monitoring. They're reporting data about their member state available stocks, and here they're reflecting stocks available in the supply chain at various levels, so hospitals, pharmacies, and wholesale distributors. NCAs are also required to report information on the current and planned strategic reserve and planned minimum stock. Alongside that, we will be also asking for information about pre-crisis conditions, so non-public health emergency major event information about past consumption and volume of prescription, because we will be needing that baseline of the standard usage of medicine, so we can then do calculations. For that, the data elements that will be required are so again, the data is submitted against the product information, which is in scope of crisis reporting, and this data will be pre-populated for each national competent authority with the products authorized in their country. So each template will be tailor-made for each particular user from their country. Current hospital stock, current community pharmacy stock, wholesale distributors this stock will also be requested, as well as current strategic reserve. We're also asking for planned minimum stock and the planned strategic reserves for the 6 months of the forecasting period, and we'll be then asking for non-public health emergency major event consumption, and this in essence pertains to the need of the product which is outside of the crisis usage. Historical volume of prescriptions is also a data element which is linked to non-crisis need. Yes, for the period of 6 months. Also, all these data elements are defined in depth in the ESMP implementation guide, so further information can also be found there, as well as the definition of the definitions of each data element. Let's see the data being submitted for this. Now, of course, the stock and supply, left-hand navigation will be available. We download the template, and the template will be pre-populated with information. If data has been submitted beforehand, then this information with the stocks and all the other information will be in the file. So in this part, we want to show you what the file looks like if the data has been submitted before. And let's say the NCA is going to now submit data for another reporting period. So let's say data needs to be submitted every month. So now they will go in and make sure that the data reflects the current period. Or if there's any error in their submission, that they can amend it. So let's say the current hospital stock changed, as well as the pharmacy one, wholesale distributors. So we're populating the table with new data, which pertains to the current reporting period. And here the information is listed at packaged medicinal product level, because of course this is the level, the actual physical container of a medicine at which stocks are kept. Again, we go to submit the data. Yeah, and we click the submit button. And we see again the submission was successful. And then if we go in the submission history, we will see information on that file. On the left-hand side, you can currently see 2 submission histories, and that is a bug that we will be fixing in the coming period. So that was it for the stock and supply. The one left that I will also demo is the patient estimation. Now, in times of crisis, we will also aim to collect details about the estimated number of patients to be vaccinated, hospitalized, and treated in the intensive care unit. So this data element, data submission flow is pretty simplistic, and in the file, we are asking for 6 months worth of estimation data for, as we said, vaccination, then estimated total number of patients to be actually patient days of hospitalization, and the same for the ICU. Also in that file, the identifier of the particular crisis from RMS list will be placed. And this is because we had to allow for the eventuality of multiple crises being active at the same time as we had for COVID and Mpox. So the data that is submitted for the patients to be treated for the 2 different crises can be entered separately. In other files, we don't do that because we know which products are associated with which crisis, so used for the treatment of which condition. But here we had to make a distinction between the 2, and therefore the RMS identifier of that particular crisis is also in the file. So again, we're navigating on the left-hand side, and we're downloading the template. This is then the template which is retrieved, and of course it is populated then with data. For the RMS identifier of the crisis, we refer to the referential service where all the RMS IDs are listed. And we are now navigating to the public health emergency list and using the identifier of, let's say, COVID-19. And this is placed in the 3 columns. So we see that Excel shows it as 2E+11, but in the box above, you can see that it is saved as a unique number. So we have now saved the file, and we are performing a new submission to upload the file. So again, a very straightforward process, and the platform is guiding the user through the actions that they need to take. So we put in a lot of effort to try to make the platform clean and very intuitive for the user, and we hope that the user experience will be quite straightforward. So again, the file was successfully submitted. We can see when the submission started and end date, and if we go in the submission history, we see that the data was successfully submitted. And if we want, we can navigate back to the page to maybe see any errors that we had, if we had them, and any other information. So that was it for me for the demonstration of the features for the National Competent Authority data submissions. And I will be handing over the floor to my colleague Peter Jan, who will then take you through the country monitoring tool. So Peter Jan, please take it away.
Okay, thank you very much, Sophia. So what Sophia just showed you is how EMA will be collecting all of the data. And one of the main questions that we're getting from many of our stakeholders is, what are you actually going to do with the data? And this is actually one of the things I'm going to show now. EMA has created several dashboards that will automatically analyze and visualize the data. And today I'm going to be showcasing the monitoring country tool for monitoring national supply and demand, which is the tool that we will be providing to each of the member states for monitoring the national situation during a public healthcare emergency and a crisis. Next slide, please. So first of all, I'd like to run to some of the design goals that we had for setting out the specific monitoring country tool, and that is we wanted to have a single tool available that will show the national competent authority all relevant national supply and demand information, both from the MAHs, but also the information that they have given in a single platform in an organized way for use during a crisis. Next up is that we also have created for each of the member states visualizations so that they can monitor the public healthcare emergency critical medicines by automated aggregation of data, analysis of data, and visualization of data. Again, so that the National Competent Authority can save time and have a single tool available for use during urgent situations. We created tools so that it actually be based on more or less a risk analysis that will allow the NCA to determine which of the medicinal products needs focused attention, for which products the stock will meet the demand, which means that there is less of a focus needed, but for others there might be a risk analysis that shows a predicted shortfall or a serious shortfall. In that case, the NCA can put their can have can determine which ones need focused attention. And then finally, the overviews that we created are meant to assist in effective decision making during crisis on a national level. So it's not meant it's, as I said, it's a risk analysis. It's a tool for the NCAs to start to make decisions during crisis when situations need to be fixed. Next slide, please. So one of the three of the spotlight features of this specific tool is you are able to analyze the supply and demand data for each medicines on multiple levels, multiple aggregation levels. So the highest level, which was showcased in a previous demo, is aggregation analysis just on a active substance level, where we aggregate all of the data from a single active substance together, regardless of the strength or the pharmaceutical form. Over the last year, we've actually been improving, and what we've done is we've taken a look at the PHP ID levels 3 and 4, and we have actually adapted them a bit to suit our needs. So now in the current, in this iteration of the tool, an NCA will also be able to look at the data and aggregate it on an active substance and pharmaceutical dose form level, and also on active substance, pharmaceutical dose, form level, and strength level. And why those two distinctions? And that is mainly because of a case that I experienced during COVID with propofol, where where ICU specialists said that in an emergency situation, we will use all propofol available to us, both the 10 milligrams per milliliter and the 20 milligrams per milliliter. But actually, when we're looking at putting people in ventilated comas, induced comas, we're actually preferring the 20 milligrams per milliliter. So we would appreciate if you can give us the if you do analysis in for both. So for both propofol in general, but also specialized in can the 20 milligrams per milliliter handle the entire predicted public healthcare emergency need. So that's something we also taken into account. As I said, we've created as much as possible automated analysis without the need for lots of manual input, so that you can quickly scan through the medicinal products, look at the updates of the MAHs and your own updates, and see how which medicinal products are most urgent and which situations are most critical. And what we've also done is all of the information that EMA is gathering from the marketing authorization holders, we are actually giving to the NCA. So not just on aggregated level, but there is also detailed views available where you can see for each what the stock is and the supply is of each of the medicinal products on the packaged medicinal product level per MAH, that you again have a lot more tools available for doing analysis. Next slide, please. And the final spotlight feature I'd like to show is the actual outcome, two of the outcomes of the analysis that we've included in all of the dashboards. In that is demand forecast. One of the analysis that we've done is how ready is the current stock that is in your supply chain, how ready is it to handle the entire public healthcare emergency needs for the crisis. So what we've done is we created an analysis that you can see in a single view how much units are still needed, which is shown as unmet demands, which is shown in the top, which will have a red visual that says unmet, and you know there is still stock needed in order to meet all of the demands. The analysis is that we've taken the entire needs over the entire forecast period, but we're only including the available stock of the market authorization holder and in the supply chain at member state level to see if there is still additional supply needed over the forecasting months in order to meet the demand. And that's what we've done in the second one. In the second one, we've taken all the available information that EMA gathers, both in stock, supply, and in needs. We've grouped it all together to see if we take everything into account that's currently planned, is there still an unmet need, or is there actually already a supply surplus, which is actually what you want to see. So those are the two main visuals which I'll now showcase in detail. Next slide, please. So now I'll be taking over the screen, and I currently cannot share my screen. Okay.
Yes, Peter, and you should be able to.
Now I can. Can you please tell me if everything is visible?
And we can see it. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the actual dashboard that we have. So if the NCA will log on to the ESMP and will access the tool, they will actually see a completely blank tool, which is intentional because we want all the NCAs to start their analysis with an empty tool. So the first thing that you can then can do is select the public healthcare emergency. Currently, we only have one, but as Sophia said, if we have multiples, you'll be able to select each of the public healthcare emergencies that are currently ongoing, and then the dashboard will adjust to that specific dashboard. Second one is the one I said for the levels of aggregation. Currently, we've included the numbers because we haven't really found a proper name to call it. But if you select it, you'll be able to adjust the entire dashboard to that level. So the first one, the 3.1, is just active substance, pharmaceutical form. The 4.1 is the active substance, pharmaceutical form, and the strength. And then you just select which of the products that are in scope, and then the entire dashboard will adjust to that specific product that you'd like to monitor. So as you can see, there is a lot of information on the board. As I said before, this is intentional so that the end user doesn't have to switch between lots of different screens when he's presenting during a crisis meeting. No, the main parameters that needs to be adjusted is either the EAK flag, if there is an interest in, and just you can go through each of the products, the entire dashboard adjusts, and you can just go through the entire to all of the information one by one and inform the people that you need to inform. So what is it? What is actually that you've seen? We've split the dashboard into 4 main sections, each with their own column, each with their own color actually. First one is everything that is needed. That is what you expect to need to have available over the upcoming 6 months, which you've added here. The above one is all of the needs that you have in for to treat specifically for the public healthcare emergency, the amount of patients that you're estimated. We've also included a section on that's currently still called historical consumption, but we're going to change it to non-public healthcare emergency needs. That is all of the needs that you'd have to treat patients that are not specific for the public healthcare emergency. One of the things I always say is that people will not stop having heart attacks because a public healthcare emergency is going on. So you also have to include in your complete overview of the current stock and supply and need situation of a member state. You need to also include the normal non-PHE need. And this is also something that we've included. And then the last part of the need is actually the planned minimum stock, which is the buffer that the member state would like to keep in terms in case there is a new variant that suddenly pops up that is much more virulent, in which case your entire need will increase exponentially, and you could not have accounted for that, but you include a buffer that of medicine that you always want to have available to start alleviating the pressure and make sure that you can compensate for a part of that new buffer. The entire dashboard is actually currently shown in milligrams because we're matching we're bringing all of the data to a single unit of measurement, which is milligrams, and we're matching that. In a future iteration, which unfortunately will not be able to do for the go live in February 2025, we'll actually like to be able to have the end user change the entire dashboard from milligrams into a specific selected unit of presentation from a medicinal product, so that, for instance, you can show in this case how many specific tablets of 50 milligram, 100 milligram the entire dashboard converts to, so that it's more easier to provide that information to market authorization holders, but also to outsiders, so that it's easier to understand all the information. Second column is just the available stock. That's everything that's currently in the supply chain. We have it at hospital stock level, community pharmacy, wholesaler, distributor, and I just see that one is gone, which is the strategic reserve, which is all, and also below you have the market authorization holder. So take into account, and we're showing it back, all of the different levels where in your supply chain where medicines can be located. We've decided to not group it all together, but to split it out so that the NCA can see at which level the biggest stock, the biggest amount of medicine is still available, so that they also, in case they need to start to input rational use or any other measurements, they know who to target and for with specific communication. For the MAH stock, we've decided to split that specific data element into all of its individual parts. So the NCA will have an overview per marketing authorization holder that has provided data, how much they currently have in stock. Again, more information to make informed decision making, and also with communication to specific marketing authorization holders, also to know where your stock is located for when you have an emergency situation, that you can quickly start opening up discussions. And then you have the supply, which is all of the stock, which is all of the medicine, the amount of medicine that is planned to come in over the forecast period, but that's currently not physically available in the entire supply chain. This is more or less a virtual stock that hasn't been produced yet, that hasn't been released yet. Again, per marketing authorization holder, but also we've seen with COVID-19 is that the member states themselves can also start creating a national reserve, and for that we've also included that. Per MAH stock and MAH supply, you'll be able to open up a pop-up screen that will show you for each of the packs of that marketing, of all of the marketing organization, which packs that are actually available. So this is not in milligrams, this is in actual packs. Again, to have a better understanding of the entire situation, and we've also done that for the supply. over the 6 months. Also, you also always be able to know where your stock and your planned supply is coming in. And the final one is actually the analysis screen. This is a simple visual to show how your needs hold up to your stock and to your supply. And below, we then have the two visuals, which is again the automatic analysis to see if your stock actually can already meet the entire projected demand, which is the best situation that you can have. And the second one is if we use all of the information available, so everything with needs, everything with stock, and everything with supply together, if the needs are actually covered. And if you see here in this case, there is still an unmet need. That would mean is that the member state would have to take measures in order to either bring down the needs or increase the stock and the supply, so that supply meets demand, and the risk of a shortfall is much less, because this is not to be considered as an absolute truth. This is a risk-based analysis to identify which products are in the best shape and which products have situations that need to be elevated. And then you can basically go to the entire screen, and then the entire dashboard will adjust accordingly. Now I've selected one of the products in which there is still unmet demand for with just the stock, which would basically mean stock. There is still additional supply that needs to come in order to meet demand. But if we take everything into account, there is actually sufficient medicines available over the entire forecast period to meet the projected needs. Now, this is just with the entire forecast period in mind, but here you can select a specific month. So if you start changing the months, you'll able to see that, I need to select one, that this is also, it also changes. This will be able to help the NCA to further have a more granular analysis month per month to see what the situation is. And this is to avoid situations where, for instance, in the first 5 months, there would be an unmet demand. There would still be needed supply to come in the month 6. A lot of supply 2 or 3 market authorization holders are expecting a large supply to come in, and suddenly this would show up as met demand, but it's actually just because in the month 6 there is a huge amount of medicines that comes in. Which would mean that at the first 5 months there would still be an issue. This will not show up if you select all of the months, but if you then drill down to each of the specific months, the dashboard will also adjust. And in this case, you should see is that up until month 4, for instance, in this specific scenario, you would still have sufficient supply, and it's only starting from month 5 to 6, because there is a huge spike in expected need for public health emergency, or there is an unexpected, or there is a change in the seasonality in the normal use where you have a shortage. You would know that in the first 4 months it's not really an issue. It's especially the last 2 months where we need to drill down. So this is the entire dashboard that we've currently implemented. There are quite a few features that we still would like to implement, but that we don't have enough time available for February, for the go live in February 25, which are amongst others a specific tab that the NCA can see all of the reported shortage information, quick overview of what has been reported and if there are actually expected shortages. That's something we would like to implement. I've told about the unit conversion from milligrams to specific medicinal products, and we'd also like to include what we call a marketing authorization indicator for submission, that the NCA will be able to see which of the market authorization holders have actually submitted data and which have not, but for which we would actually expect to have data. This is not to be able to impose, this is not intent for any sanctioning regimes. This is to be able to correctly interpret the data, because if you have an expected need and your the market authorization holder with the biggest market share, which has a long list of products, has not yet, for some reason whatsoever, imported the data, then it would show up as an unmet demand, but that would actually not be because there's actually an unmet demand, but because the information is currently not available in the platform. So with that case, again, the NCA will able to nuance the results to their respected crisis boards. That has been the entire presentation, and that was it for the ESMP. I see we still have some time left for questions. So back to you, Emily.
So thank you very much, Sophia and Peter. And yes, you have a lot of questions. So let's start with the first one. You show that the NCA will only report on demand, but the demand is not given per pack size, but only per product. Will there then be a mapping to the pack size for NCAs, or only for those that authorize per pack size?
I'll take that one then, Peter, and if you want to add in, please be my guest. But yes, so the reporting of demand in MCG-led preparedness situations will indeed be on a medicinal product level. So we had a lot of discussions on that with our subject matter experts from the NCAs, and actually it seems that some member states would prefer to send in data at the medicinal product level, and some were saying that they don't even mind which medicinal product they show the demand against, because they wouldn't really care which exact product they get as supply, as long as it's of a particular active substance strength and form. Also to allow for the mapping of data and therefore interoperability between ESMP and the national systems, we then put the data at medicinal product level. Again, then the stocks, if they are actually not the stocks, the demand that will be calculated needs to be then converted to units of a particular medicine. So how many tablets of that particular product, how many vials, and so on. So indeed, that doesn't really have anything to do with what level of granularity the authorization number is given against, but only how the demand is presented. Peter Jan, would you want to add something else?
It's as Sophia said. It doesn't really matter which if you have your national demand, which you asked on medicinal product level, because it doesn't really matter which pack sizes you have. If you have a pack size, if you have a let's say demand of a pack size, a certain amount of pack size of 20, but you have sufficient of pack size of 100 to compensate, it doesn't really matter how it is, as long as it is compensated. It's also specific that the entire dashboard for the MSSG is not on an active substance level. For that, it is on medicinal product level. So we're not going to active substance, we're going to medicinal product, we're matching supply and demand per medicinal product level. For the PHC, for the PHC situations, we're asking demand either on a pack size level for when it's relevant for non-PHC needs or for the plant minimum stock. For the public healthcare emergency specific need, we're actually asking it in patients and patient days, and not actually on a pack level, because you have to treat patients. It's not, you have to have the stock available. You want to treat patients. You don't want to actually have your demand as patients is not packs available.
Well, thank you very much, Sophia and Peter. And let's go to the next question. So it's about what manufacturing information exactly is expected by December.
So the information on manufacturing will pertain to the module 3 of the regulatory dossier, and more information on that will be given by our PMS colleagues, because the data is to be submitted in PMS. So we had a lot of communications, and there was a webinar held on the submission of information on pack sizes. So also closer towards the end of the year, there will be more information provided on the exact data to be submitted for manufacturing sites as when that capability becomes available.
So thank you very much, Sophia. And I think the next two questions are related, or almost the same. So basically, the question is, when will it be possible to use an API or machine-to-machine system to be able to upload the data in ESMP?
We are now developing the interoperability solutions. So indeed, I have been demoing only the manual ones because these are the ones that we have completed so far. So we have had the workshops with our subject matter experts to decide on the best format to be used, and then the technical specifications will also be released on that. So at the end of the year, we will be also having further consultations with our subject matter experts and the MSSG group, and we will be releasing the first features for interoperability at the beginning of the year. So the API will then be available.
So thank you very much. And the next question is about the timeline, because since the PMS Info Day, there is no more information. Well, so here's the mandate to submit structure pack size for critical medicine for the use of ESMP still February 2025. Can you confirm the date?
Absolutely. So the timelines have not changed indeed, and the MH should already be submitting data through XVMPD. And again, so there was a dedicated webinar on that specifically on the 11th of July. I believe that is still public on the that is published on the EMA webpage. And yeah, I think PMS colleagues can give more information on that, but indeed the timelines stand and detailed information can be found on the EMA webpage.
Thank you very much, Sophia. So, and the next question is, that will be interesting. Is it acceptable to include in the ESMP template additional lines with pack sizes if in case they are missing in PMS?
Yeah, I'm afraid I won't make it too interesting. Well, the answer is no, because the ESMP is a tool for the submission of shortage information, supply and demand, and so on. It is not a tool for the submission of product information. So we are reading data from PMS and using PMS data, but PMS data will not be able to be submitted through the ESMP. So even if there are some errors in the data of the actual products, which are then listed in the templates. If anyone makes a change to that data, to the product data in the templates, that will not be uploaded by the system. So we're using the identifiers to identify products, but the rest of the product information, the product name, active substance, strength, pack size, is just for read-only purposes. So it's just to allow the users to see what products they are submitting data for. So it's just for a better usability of the platform, but data. PMS data and data on products cannot be submitted through the ESMP, and product data cannot be amended through submitting data in the ESMP.
Thank you very much, Sophia. And the question is about the definition of shortage, the EMA definition of shortage.
Okay, this is testing my regulatory memory. But actually, so a shortage is a situation in which the supply of a medicinal product that is placed on a market in a member state does not meet the demand for that product at national level. So that the same pertains to a medical device, but in theory that is the definition of a shortage, and we'll make sure to paste it in Slido and give a reference to the regulation that states that.
Thank you. And the next question, yeah, so if in the template lines for pack size are not present, how will NCA report on demand then? When will the mapping of SCA be done for the entries of pack sizes?
So The NCA demand is submitted at medicinal product level. So the information on authorized products should be in PMS. And this is why we always say that the MAHs need to ensure that the data they submit to PMS is correct, is up to date, and all the products are submitted. The same, so other, for example, the stock and supply is indeed reported on pack level. So MAHs need to ensure that information on the packs is in PMS. So indeed, this is why we always insist on that. And if NCAs, if MAHs will not submit that data, NCAs will not have it in the template. So again, there will have to be a feedback loop through which we are also reaching out to the MAHs, pointing out that there is some information missing, but we're also hoping that in times of crisis, everyone will be aware of what are the products that are critical, and then they will put in extra efforts to ensure that all the information is there and is of very high data quality. So again, we are very much depending on the pack sizes and all the calculations there we are doing on the data analytics platform. Calculating supply demand is very much reliant on quality information and information of high completeness on the pack size. As you can see, we are literally counting numbers of tablets and vials, and it's absolutely required for the matching of supply and demand.
Thank you. And here the next question is about how the MAH can give you support for the ESMP UAT. So how can they sign up to participate to the UAT?
Yes, so we will be extending the UAT to external participants in October, and we will be launching a call of interest through industry trade associations, and so they will be joining our subject matter experts in the UAT.
So thank you. So then a question about the national shortages platforms. Where will be an harmonization, or will EU and national platform have to be maintained in parallel?
So, of course, we know that a lot of agencies have their own national shortage platforms, and that doesn't mean that if when the ESMP will be in place, national shortage platforms will become obsolete. National reporting requirements still stay in place, and there is a division also of work and the division of scopes for which the ESMP is. The shortages that will have to be managed through the ESMP, and the work that will still be done through the national shortage platforms. So, for example, ESMP on a normal day-to-day basis will only be gathering data about shortages of centrally authorized products, whereas in a day-to-day state, national competent authorities need to be gathering data on the shortages happening nationally. So of course, in times of crisis, the level of responsibility of the EMA and the data to be submitted through the ESMP then becomes bigger, but that doesn't mean that still national shortage platforms will not be used. Indeed, we are also working on the harmonization on a European level. Actually, the efforts that we are now doing through the ESMP are helping a lot with that, as we are communicating with the Chessman joint action and other incentives through which the harmonization on an EU level, the effort for that is ongoing. There was also another part of the question, and it now went through the screen. I think, tell me if I didn't address anything there.
It was exactly that. If the national shortages platform would be maintained in parallel, or if we will have a centralized platform. So I think you answered all the question. So then the next question is about the next list of critical medicines. If there will be a new version, and when, if there is a new version.
So our colleagues are working on the list of critical medicines. I'm not 100% sure on the timeline, so we will consult with our colleagues and then answer it in the chat. So it's not in the scope of the ESMP demo, but we will definitely make sure to answer it.
So thank you very much, Sophia. I think we still have time for one or two questions. So the monitoring country tool will be available for preparedness and crisis cases only, not for the routine reporting. I think.
Peter Jan?
In the current scope, that's the case. It is not for the routine reporting. There is a tool available, but that is only for EMA at the moment. How we're going to proceed on that will be discussions for post go live goals.
So thank you very much, Peter. And if we go to the next question. So if the demand is reported at medicinal product level, do MAHs still have to enrich EXV-MPD/PMS with information at pack size level for nationally authorized product? I think that's...
Indeed, they do. So this is a particular situation when MSG-led preparedness only is triggered, but that is a particular situation, and that does not preclude all the other use cases that we have, and as I demoed also, the stock and supply and all the other information that MAHs will have to submit to the ESMP at pack level. So in our previous demo, I have also shown the submission of data on availability by marketing authorization holders, for example, and that even in the MSG-led preparedness scenario needs to be submitted at pack size. So different data submission flows have different levels of granularity, but of course we will be needing the information on pack size.
So thank you very much, Sophia and Peter. I think that was the last question we could answer in the time which we had. And thank you to everyone for your feedback. I think it's very interesting and very useful for us and for the team to take on board some feedback. And we will try to answer in writing in the coming days, weeks, and to publish a PDF file with a Q&A. Thank you very much again, Sophia and Peter, for that demo. And now we are moving to the technology lifecycle management and information security value stream. This is where we will find all the systems and capabilities to manage the infrastructure and the security of our system, of the agency systems. And I would give the floor. Before that, I just want for the people who just joined to remind you how to provide feedback in Slido. So you have two ways to provide feedback, either by Q&A, where the question and answer will be public. You can upvote the questions, and if we have time after the demo, we will try to answer as many as possible questions. And if we have not enough time, we will answer in writing, and we will publish a Q&A document on the event page on our corporate website. If you don't want the question and the answer to be public, you can use the feedback poll, which will remain open until the end of this month. Please identify yourself if you want us to send you the answer. And don't forget in Slido to choose the right room. And here it will be TLM EMA Account Management. That's the room where you can give feedback for the following demo. And now I will give the floor to Carlo and Johnny. Over to you.
Thank you, Jean-Michel. So my name is Carlo De Vittoria. I am the product owner of Identity and Access Management, also known as IAM. And Johnny Oliveira is the platform manager. Johnny is behind the scene helping me. Next slide, please. So we are here because we want to show you something, of course. And what we want to show is the journey that we are doing to improve our access management features. And we want to provide you a better way to authenticate to our systems that is more secure and simpler at the same time. So we want to show you this. And one note that we need to keep in mind is that we still have some legacy systems that are not capable to deal with this kind of authentication mechanism. So for a period of time, and we are working again to change this, there will be still some systems that will not be able to show what we are demoing today. Next slide, please. So what we have focused, what we have been focusing our effort on the last 3 months is what we are actually demoing today. So the authentication to EMA systems using email address. But as the identity and access management platform is tangled with all the other agile team, we also worked a lot with them, and this will not be shown today. So each team is showing their own features, and we also work on our internal improvements, and of course in change management and demos. There will be also a webinar dedicated to EMA Account Management on Friday. So if you want to join, if you want to see what other features we implemented during last quarter, please join us on Friday. Next slide. So here is what we are talking about. As I said, we are talking about authentication. So how we log in into our EMA systems. Currently, we are using a user ID with the suffix id.ema.europe.eu. And after that, there is a screen where you can insert a password. Of course, you need to remember your user ID. And you need to remember a password that is only for accessing EMA systems. If you forgot your username or you forgot your password, you have features that can help you recover these credentials. But what we want to do is we want to change this. So this change is about how to log in. And what you will do is you will log in putting not anymore your user ID with the suffix, but your email address. And then based on different factors, so if your organization is integrated with Azure ID, then you will be redirected to the login page that your organization has set up for you. If your organization is not integrated with Azure ID, then we have a fallback mechanism that is called one-time passcode. So you will receive a number on your email address. So in both cases, you don't need to remember either your EMA user ID or a specific password. You will be always redirected to something that you use mostly on your daily basis. And with this change, we are also unlocking some other features, and we will be able to have a better integration with collaboration tools like Teams and SharePoint, specifically for the member states and for the network we are collaborating with. Next slide, please. So how it looks like, and then we will see it in the demo, but it's good to have a slide that you can reference. So the first screen, I hope that you recognize this, is the screen where you used to put your user ID. Now you will be able to insert your email address here. And as we said, the first option, if your organization is integrated with the Azure ID, is the redirection to your organization sign-in page. In this case, we have the example of a UL login that is used by the Commission. If your organization is not federated with Azure ID, then you will have the screenshot that we can see at the bottom of the page, where you will be asked to enter a code that is sent to your email address. Only for the first time that you authenticate, then you will need also to accept the information that we are reading from the source of your authentication. Next slide. So why we are doing this? Of course, we see a lot of benefit in this change, and we see benefits for the users that are authenticating to our systems, but also for the EMA. One important security feature, because we said that we want to improve the security, is that your access is linked to your email address. So as soon as you don't have access anymore to your email address, because maybe you have left the company, then you will not be able to access anymore the EMA systems. And this will allow us to have an automated cleansing of all the accounts that are not in use anymore. The second benefit is that users can log in with a familiar experience. As we said, you can literally forget about your username and password. Still, there will be some systems that would require that, but we are working on replacing this with this modern authentication. And this will help us because, again, service desk will not need to help you in resetting your password or username if you are not able to use the self-service feature. And then, as we said, we will also have a better integration with collaboration tool. And every time you log in, we will be able to validate your data. As we said, the first step is the email address, so that will become really a vital information. So if that is wrong, then your authentication probably will not work. We have two systems, WebEx and Confluence, that will require 2 steps for authenticating. And as I said, some legacy applications still require username and password. All of this will be documented on our homepage. Next slide. So how do you enable email authentication? Here is where it is, where we are, sorry. So as of today, you can already opt in for the email authentication. So you log into the register portal and you can opt in for email authentication. We have over 1,000 users that are already using this method, and we know what are the issues so far. So group email cannot be converted, and as we said, we have some system like WebEx and Confluence where there is a 2-step. Next slide. So what will happen next? First of all, as we said, on Friday we have a webinar, so if you want to join, we will be discussing this and other new features that we added to the platform. But then from the 30th of September, we'll be starting prompting users to convert to email authentication. So we want you to opt in. And this is for the existing users in our platform. For all new users, so if you create an account from the 30th of September, then the self-registration will automatically set you to email authentication. So from the 30th of September, we will have 2 different things that will live in parallel. All the new users will automatically be set to email authentication. All other users will be prompted on a regular basis to convert themselves until, of course, they have been converted. Next slide. So this is a transitional period because our objective is that all our external users, NCA, industries, general public, academia, all our external stakeholders will log in with their email. So in January, if you have already an account before the 30th of September and you didn't opt in by yourself for email authentication, then we'll force that conversion for you. So our suggestion is really, if you have an email account, if your organization has several users, start converting your users so that you will not caught by surprise in January when this will happen. So now is demo time.
You can demo.
Yeah,
hello.
can you allow me to share the screen, please?
Yes, it's done.
Thanks. Okay, so I'll try to make the demo quick so we can answer your questions. So let's see an account that is already registered. This is our test system, so the suffix here will be with the test, but please ignore this. So we have your user ID. And then this is the password that is linked to your email account. So what will happen on the 30th of September, as we said, is that you will receive a notification because we want you to convert your account. You need to accept this, but you cannot accept this if you don't read it. So this is the same information that we have shared today, and we have also the link to the instructions. So how do we convert the account? We need to opt in to email authentication, and this is under Manage Identity. So let's go into EMA Account Management. managed entity, opt into email authentication. So as we said, a really important bit is that your email address is correct. So if this is not correct, please do not go ahead and contact the service desk to update your email address. In this case, this is correct. So I will be converting my user. And voila, I received also an email with the link that I need to click to complete the registration. So if now I log in again, instead of my user ID, I can put my email address. And as this is a Gmail account, there is no federation for it. So what is happening is I have received an email with the code, and I can put the email, the code that I just received. And as we said, we need to accept this. And from now on, I will be able to authenticate with my email address. And after that, again, as we said, all new self-registered users will be converted automatically to this method. And now, time for question.
So thank you very much, Carlo, for this demo. Unfortunately, we don't have that much time for the questions, so I think we will answer most of them by writing. But I will. Let's try to answer the first one. It's about someone working for different MAH, which are located even in different countries. Is there a possibility to request roles for all of them in one go? I know at the moment it's not possible. But
it is possible, yes. And if your MHAs have different names, please join on Friday. We will show the organization shopping cart that we have implemented that will be releasing soon.
So thank you very much, Carlo, and we'll try to answer the rest of the question in writing in the coming days. Now we are going to the MTA value stream. Sorry, we are a little bit late. I'm trying to catch up. And the managing the agency value stream is the value stream where we are developing all the capabilities and system allowing us to manage the EMA agency, the administrative, the financial, the HR system. And here, today we have a very interesting demo about the new fee regulation process and how that process has been implemented in different systems. And before to go to Tarita and Anna, I would like to remind you, for people who just join us, how you can give your feedback. So you, of course, we are using Slido. You can use a Slido Q&A for your question, and they will be answered in public if time allows just after the demo. And the question and the answer will be published on the event page on our corporate website after the demo. If you don't want your question and answer be public, you can use the feedback poll, which allow you to put your feedback or question. Of course, identify yourself so we can answer to you to your question or feedback. And this will be open until the 30th of September, so you have time to put some of your feedback. Don't forget to choose the right room. Here, the room will be the MTA NFR. And I think now we can go to Anna and Tarita for the demo on the new fee regulation implementation. Over to you.
Good morning. Thank you, Jean-Michel. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the third demo. May I have a first slide, please? So today, Tarita and I will present to you the prepayment system in Iris that we have been working on for the past several months, and that will cover the parallel distribution procedures and the scientific advice. So I'll briefly cover the achievements, which in general mean that we've been working on priority 2 developments for parallel distribution, which is a development that is not related or dependent on other systems and integrations, and basically was not part of the initial minimal viable product that was delivered earlier this year. We've also done the end-to-end testing for PD that allows us to initiate fee creation, fee request to pay actually in the test environment, and we are ready for UAT. We've also touched a little bit on UAT by doing partial UAT with the hope that this will help us to reduce the number of UATs that we need to complete by the end of this year. And apart from the technical work, we also worked on updating the regulatory documentation, on providing trainings, webinars, and presentations for both internal and external stakeholders, again, with the aim to really facilitate adoption of the new fee regulation among internal and external stakeholders and a new way of working with this regard. So I think I'd like to start the demo now. So I'd like to share my screen. And I will cover parallel distribution procedures, and Tarita will take over from then on to work on the scientific advice.
It's all
Okay,
yours, Anna.
you. Thank you. All right. Okay. I hope you can see my screen now, right?
Yep.
So in order to save some time, I have drafted 2 submissions with the aim to demonstrate today the happy flow and unhappy flow. So in case of a happy scenario, we will be talking about the situation where we have initiated the payment request, the applicant has paid within the deadline of 30 days, and then the regulatory process can start. And the unhappy flow will cover a situation where the payment request has been generated, the applicant was asked to pay, however, the payment has not been received in 30 days. So for the happy scenario, we're using initial notification for parallel distribution. I have pre-populated the form. As usual, a tick indicates that the data has been validated and the submission form is ready for the last stage in the process, which is the submission of actual application. So we go to the last section and we submit the form for initial notification for parallel distribution. I will take a second to save the data. Okay, and this takes us to the ongoing submission. We can see our submission is at the state created at this point. But if we go to preview the submission, we can see that the form has been enriched with additional section, which is a financial information. That is something which was not present there in the beginning. And if we open that part, we should see a payment related information. And here on the top section, under the top banner, we will have a guidance text providing more information of how the payment should be made. And if we refresh, under the invoice details, we have 2 tables. So under invoice details, we would expect the invoice number, the date of the invoice generation, and the amount which is due for payment. So let's try to refresh a page a couple of times to see if this data is populated. Here we go. So that is the invoice number, the invoice generation date, and the amount that is due for payment. At this stage, the system will also trigger a notification to the applicant, and the applicant will be informed that their intention to submit is acknowledged. However, the payment has to be cleared in order for the regulatory procedure to start. So if we go back to the ongoing submissions and I refresh this view, we should see that the case which we have just submitted has been assigned the status pending payment, and it will remain in this status until the payment is received or it is not received. So I will now start drafting a second submission, and we will wait for the system to process the payment. And hopefully when we go back, the payment information will be displayed. So I go to the second submission, which we will use to demonstrate the unhappy scenario when the payment has not been received. That's a change of manufacturer submission, and that is a bulk change when a single type of change is applied on entire list of notices or regulatory entitlements for parallel distribution that company holds. Again, the form has been pre-populated, validated with green tick boxes, and we are ready to submit. So we confirm that we are authorized to proceed with the submission, and we do make a submission. Okay. So now we are taken back to the ongoing submissions, and if we go to this section, to this part of the form, we should also see a financial information section. There it is. And at the moment, we don't have any invoice related information, but it would appear in a couple of seconds, same as it has happened with the previous notification. Let's try to refresh another time. Not yet, but it will certainly appear here. In the meantime, while the systems communicate between each other, let's go back to the ongoing submissions that we have, and we can refresh the page and check what has happened to our first submission. We can see that it has changed the status to submitted, and if we go to preview the form and we visit financial information again, we can see that the invoice details table has been updated with the payment status paid. So at this stage, the applicant receives a second notification, which confirms that payment was received and also informs the applicant that from here on, the regulatory procedure will start and regulatory check will commence. Then we should go back and refresh the page, see what happened to the change of manufacturer submission. I can see it is still pending payment, so we might need to wait a little bit. And let me see if we visit the completed payment. Okay. Section, it has not appeared, but basically what happens is after the applicant has been notified that the payment has to be cleared, and if the applicant doesn't do it within the given time frame, which is 30 days, the system waits for 30 days, and when this does not happen, the case is closed automatically with the status cancelled, payment not received, and the substatus cancelled. So this is a submission done earlier, and we can preview it, and in the financial information section, we should see updated details on the payment status, hopefully. So the payment details have been updated with unpaid status, and that stops the process. And the applicant receives a third type of notification, which is information that the invoice has been cancelled and the case itself has been cancelled as the payment has not been received in the due time. So this is briefly concludes my presentation, my demo for today. And I would like to hand over to Tarita, who will then present the scientific advice from her side. Thank you.
Joanna, good morning, everyone. to highlight the changes.
Tarita, we can't hear you.
You can't hear me? Okay.
You have to speak louder.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, yes. I cannot share my screen though, because it says I'm not the host. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay. So for my part, I will highlight the changes in scientific advice in terms of iris and in terms of process, because they're interconnected and related. So for the sake of time, an application has already been populated. So the application process remains the same, the form remains exactly the same. However, we have some new statuses indicating information on the payment. As you can see here in this first submission for initial scientific advice, it's a submission that has been completed and validated, and it's now pending payment. So similar as it works for parallel distribution, if we view or edit this submission, we will see that we have a new tab with financial information. And in this tab, we can see the invoice details and, of course, the payment details once the invoice is paid or not paid. Similarly to parallel distribution, this page will be enriched with information on when and how to pay the invoice. So this is an application that is validated and is pending payment. I will also demonstrate what happens in other cases. So this is another application where the invoice has been paid. So in this case, the status remains under validation, which means that the validation is complete and we're ready to start the procedure. And you have the information on the invoice in this page. And we also have another scenario where your status is still under validation, but the invoice has not been paid. So except these two changes, so the financial information tab and the status changes, we also have some new notifications introduced, which I cannot demonstrate right now because we're still working on them. However, the new notifications will be sent at the point when the invoice is issued for payment with instructions. In case that the procedure has been postponed because the payment has not been received, and I will show you a bit further what do I mean with that. And in case the procedure has been cancelled because the payment has not been received by the due date. We will also have notification for withdrawals and negative validations with related information on the administrative charges that have been introduced by the new fee regulation. I would like now to share a slide on what changes in the process. So we have a short lead-in time in scientific advice. So we have 4 weeks between submission and start of procedure. So in this period, we do need to assign the procedures to staff, and then we need to perform the validation. So we aim to give you complete the validation and send you the invoice 1 week before the intended start of procedure, because every submission deadline has an intended start of procedure. So the first cut-off date from the moment that you receive the invoice will be the start of the procedure, so what we call SOP 1, the Monday of SOP 1. So if the payment is received by that date, then your procedure will start normally and you will receive the relevant notification. However, you have 30 days to pay this invoice. So if you do not pay the invoice in the first week that allows you to start in the first available SOP, then your procedure will be automatically postponed to the next available start date. As you can see in the slide, your invoice due date is 30 days after the issuing of the invoice. And of course, it will be a bit earlier than the SOP 2 start date, but that doesn't affect, of course, the start date of the second option. If we do not receive a payment on the invoice due date, then the procedure will be cancelled as per parallel distribution, and then you will receive the relevant notification and information. So what I would like to highlight here is, given the very short timelines to, for submission validation and the payment of the invoice, at least to start on the first intended date, I think what is important, an important message is that your reactivity during the validation period, because from our side, we're going to do our best to send, of course, the invoice as soon as possible. So let's say the week is the latest date and not the first date. But we need also from your side a reactivity during the validation period to avoid the delays in your startup procedure. And of course, it is also important that because the applications are created by members of staff that we don't have access to finance, that you liaise in advance with your finance department so that you can ensure that you can make the payment on time if you intend to start in the first SOP available for this procedure. So that concludes my presentation for scientific advice. If you have any questions, we are happy to answer. And if you can move to the next slide, please. I would like to also inform you on engagement opportunities for industry and network stakeholders. So on the 18th of October, we're going to hold the Small Medium Enterprises Info Day, both for human and vet. On the 24th of October, there's going to be an industry stakeholder dedicated webinar, again for human and vet procedures. And of course, we're going to have the next system demo on the 12th of December, which we're going to present all the extra developments that we will do in quarter 4.
So thank you very much, Anna and Narita. We have some questions about the first question, and I'm waiting for Slido. Yeah, it's here. So the first question is about the CPPs, which are not managed. Those requests are not managed in IRIS, but I think that's an easy one to answer.
Yes, actually, our change management team has been very proactive and they already replied to these questions in writing, but maybe I just can voice them. So basically, CPP request system is still being finalized, and you will receive more information in the coming months. So the instruction email will be provided on how to use the system, and a dedicated demo will also be organized.
Thank you very much, Anna. And then the confirmation of that the system is waiting for 30 days after the payment deadline before canceling the workflow. And I think here it's also an easy one.
Yes. So yes, system waits for 30 days and the invoice is cancelled on a day 31.
And maybe to clarify, it doesn't wait 30 days after the payment deadline. It waits for 30 days from the date that the invoice is issued.
Indeed.
So thank you very much, Tarita and Anna. There is just a question will just show up now. So for scientific advice, in case the fees are not paid within 30 days and the procedure is cancelled, are additional costs apply for the validation?
Yes, if the invoice is cancelled, then an administrative charge will be sent to the applicant. It will be a fixed amount, and they will receive a notification that the first invoice has been cancelled and that a new invoice has been issued.
So thank you very much, Tarita. And finally, CPPs will go in IRIS? Question mark.
I think this question will have to be answered in writing, as they're at the moment they're has been no discussions ongoing as of moving CPPs to Iris, but we might provide a more detailed answer in writing.
Thank you very much, Anna and Taita. It's time we need to run to the next demo. No, we have. It's a break. It's our break for this morning. We are back in 10 minutes. We will go to the PLM value stream then. So see you in 10 minutes. 6 minutes.
Okay, that's 10:50 on my clock. My name is Jules Wiemer. I'm just taking over from Jean-Michel for a little bit of this this demo. And we're going to start now with the demo for our product lifecycle management value stream. So the capabilities to manage the authorization and lifecycle of the medicinal products and certain medical devices. And that is what you'll be listening to indeed until 1 o'clock. Now, there is a newsletter that we'll plug. You can scan the QR code. You can also subscribe to the newsletter through the EMA website. And indeed, this is a newsletter with things that are of interest to a lot of people, but indeed we've specifically targeted indeed to our industry audiences for both human and veterinary products within the PLM, in the PLM scope. Now, speaking of indeed also interactions, this is a system demo where we will be demoing features, especially those developed over the past quarter. It is about allowing you to indeed to verify, check progress on indeed us achieving our goals for that quarter for the development, and certainly also to listen to you, our stakeholders need, and to get feedback on prioritization, on features, on questions and clarifications. You can interact either through the Slido Q&A, which will be public. Very much ask your question or thumbs up, or indeed if you'd like to provide non-public feedback, you can use the poll option in Slido. Now again, the QR code is on the screen, but also the actual code for Slido is at the bottom of the slides, and make sure to select the correct room. Now, the correct room for the next product is the room for UPD, the Union Product Database, and I'd like to hand over to Behan for the demo, and I'll be back to you for the Q&A.
Thank you very much, Joris. Good morning to everyone. My name is Behan Mustafov, and I'm the EMA product owner for the Union Product Database. Next slide, please. First, we'll start with the achievements. The first one is the creation of an MRP after SPC harmonization, which will be the subject of the demo today. The other achievements that we have completed in Q3 are the QPPV email addresses. You know that we are harvesting this information. Marketing authorization holders READ API and an API for the general public, which is expected to be released on the 3rd of October. Export all search results. This was delivered end of July. If you haven't tried this, it works very, very well. Literally in less than a second or two, you are able to export all the search results. Search by ATC vet code returns all the products. Another good news is that the team has managed to upscale by 10 times for web UI users the number of VNRAs, both for submissions and for approval. And to give you an example, for this, we are talking about from 200 to 2,000 changes can be processed or submitted in one go. Another important information that you need to be aware of is the migration of the new UAT environment, which will be available from tomorrow noon. And another separate communication has been sent to all UAT users. Now, I would like to share my screen, and then I will be I'll come back with some important notes at the end of the demo.
Behan, it's all yours.
Thank you very much. Okay. Oh, sure. Okay. So this is the demo for the creation of an MRP after SPC harmonization.
you go to create and you select MRP after SPC harmonization. Next is that you will need to retrieve an information on the RMS product. You go to the regulatory entitlement, select retrieve product and start searching for the RMS product. A pop-up window opens where the user has to put the product name, select the authorization country, and this user has to be from the same country. Press search, and then the system will display the product in question. Select the product and press accept. After clicking the accept, the common data of the selected product is populated in the form. What is required next is to, you can see in the table, the RMS, the authorization country, the permanent identifier, the product owner, and the new procedure type is also mentioned. What next is required as a step, you go to select the CMS products, search for them by product name. We are looking for a nationally authorized products. Press search, and if we have a match, we are able to select the products which will be part of those SPC MRP. Then the products need to be selected from the SMS, from the CMS, and then you go to accept. In this case, 3 products have been selected: Portugal, Netherlands, Sweden. Those 3 products will come to the same table under the RMS products. And what is important to know that the product should be either with valid, suspended marketing authorizations. Others are not possible to be selected. If they are pending VNRAs, and I'll speak about this later, the process cannot continue. At this stage, it is still possible the user to add or remove products. Next, it is required to add the common information in the form. In this case, we are adding the procedure number. Then we need to definitely add the product name in the English language. Next is the name part, and then we select add name and then press add. What we also need to do is the common package description must be provided for each packages, also in English. Then we edit the package. So when the creation button is selected, we have the confirmation, and then a pop-up message will be displayed with the green successful creation of the product. And of course, if it is not successful, there will be a message in red. Can we go back to the presentation then, please? Thank you. Okay, some important notes for all the colleagues to be aware. This has also been added to the release notes that will be published on the 3rd of October, and these guidance information will also be available in the chapter 2 for further instructions to the users when they create these products. I would like to mention only a few. I will not go through all of them. It is really very important that all the VNRAs for these products should be closed before the creation process starts. Otherwise, it is not possible to proceed. There is no possibility to create more to select more than one product from the same country, and the extra caution is required because there is no option to remove nor to add other existing products. And with this, I would like to move to the next slides because this guidance is available, and a demo will be bite-sized video will also be published. Now, other important notes that I would like you to take a note of them. We are aware that for a large number of decentralized products, the submission of the QPPV email, which was done by the market authorization holders, which started on the 30th of July, was not successful due to data quality issues. After analysis, we have identified 6 attributes which are mandatory and must be populated for the national product data. First, of course, is the legal status for the supply, both at product and package level. Substance must be a current. The market authorization number, date, status needs to be updated, and the date of authorization status change. In view of those data quality issues, and after consultation with our SMEs, it has been agreed that the deadline is extended until 31st of October in order to allow additional extra time for the national competent authorities to update the concerned products, and also for the market authorization holders to proceed with the submission of the QPPV emails. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide. Again, a reminder of where you could find some additional training materials, guidances, etc. I would like to highlight a few. On the 3rd of October, we are going to release a revised version of Chapter 2. And there will be 2 more guidances which are coming in relation to the API for market authorization holders, which is also due on the 3rd of October, and API specifications for the general public. We have published recently another quick guide for NCAs to be able to refer to it and use it as a reference for the VNRA highlighting. And about upcoming webinars, I would like to inform all the users that a webinar is scheduled, an event page is published for industry users API, which will be on the 17th of October. And we will soon publish 2 new event pages. One is for the UPD refresher webinar for NCAs on the 7th of November. And in early December, 5th of December to be precise, another UPD webinar on the volume of sales submissions for market authorization holders is scheduled. That is all from me. Thank you. Let's go to the questions.
Thank you very much, Behan. There are a few questions that have come in for UPD. Maybe you want to have a quick look at as well. But the one that just popped in 2 minutes ago is it foreseen that technical and product data quality issue, or are any product or technical product data quality issues foreseen for UK, Northern Ireland, I assume, products, and whether be resolved before the end of free QPPV, or the free QPPV email update period. And the exclamation that marketing authorization holders are certainly not willing to submit C1 VNRA and pay VNRA fees on product tech quality, data quality issues.
Okay. The situation with the UK Northern Ireland products is well known, not only to the industry, but to the NCA colleagues, and these products haven't been updated for the past 2 years because no one has an access and can amend these products. Recently, the European Commission has informed EMA that temporarily EMA can do amendments to these concerned products from the United Kingdom, Northern Ireland. However, the details are not finalized. We need to set up a process to liaise with the VMD, which is the responsible authority for these products, to understand where to start. And you can imagine that we are not talking about one product, hundreds of products. We are talking about many products, and we need to see. The process will be slow. It will definitely not be completed by the 31st of October because it hasn't started yet. And unfortunately, for C1 VNRAs, marketing authorization holders will have to follow the official submission process. And for member states that are charging fees for VNRAs, I'm afraid that they will have to pay. EMA does not charge fees for this.
Okay, a very clear answer, Behan, indeed, but it's indeed for an unresolved issue. Then there's the question on in administration, the principle of providing information only once has been put forward to reduce burden for users. Are you making efforts to make sure to follow this principle? Now I've seen this question also being asked in the general room, so we verified whether it was UPD specific, and the questioner indeed say they would like to see indeed an answer for UPD as well regarding what is an EMA architectural principle as well. So.
Okay, so indeed, we all know that the aim of the new systems, the new veterinary regulation, which started in January 2022, is to reduce the administrative burden. You know that an MVP has been delivered. We are as any other system, we are having issues which we are trying to address and addressing as soon as we can. And also, we are putting additional measures in place in order to avoid uh, bugs, preventing submissions, or etc. However, for most of the data, the owners are the national competent authorities, and unfortunately only 5 or 6 NCAs are API users. Most of the member states are UI users, and you can imagine if a UI user at NCA, it takes him or her a day to update or to complete a process. It will take us the same time because when we want to help, we are also using a UI accounts to assist. Thank you.
Clear indeed. So that it is something we aspire to, but indeed there's some practical hurdles. Then a question about the UPD UI. If UPD UI is idle for less than an hour, a user has to log in again, despite the clock displayed not having reached 0 minutes. Are you aware of this?
Okay. We had an issue with the UI, which sometimes returns, let's say, 0 search results, or the users have to are logged out or unable to log in, which was the other issue. We have cleared this bug. I have reviewed the last release notes, and it seems that the bug is back. We'll try to resolve this as soon as possible, but the UI in the majority of the cases works very well. It works with Edge and Chrome, and it doesn't support any other browser. Recently, we had a case where the colleagues from Sweden have reported that it doesn't work. And I think that they used either Opera or another browser. The official recommendation is to use only Edge and Chrome. Thank you.
There, thank you, Behan. So indeed, we'll look into the issue and check your browser. That is 10 past 11. So thank you very much, Behan, for your demo, and we will be moving back to the next system demo for PMS. And I believe my speaker there is Marcos, who will be demoing. Then indeed, a reminder that you're looking at the different products that are part of the product lifecycle management value stream. That also has a newsletter that you can find and subscribe to now, indeed, also on the EMA website. And there's a Q&R code here to go along with that. And that'll obviously also be part of the deck that we share. Okay. Then also for the system demo, this is a demo where we'll be Marcus will be showing everything we did over the past 3 months, whether we've achieved the goals, but very much also get your feedback and questions. Questions can go through Slido, slido.com with the Q&R code in the bottom, and the number code that you'll see in the bottom left next to the slide number. You can either ask a question or you can upvote a question if you want it to get answered. It is something we will look at in the Q&A. If you'd rather not have your question be public, you can use the poll function in Slido. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Marcos for his demo.
Great, thank you very much, Jerry. So in this slide, as Jerry said, you can see what we have done during Q3. So as you can see here, during this quarter, we have been able to go live with the PMS API in production for the moment only for marketing authorization holders. What we have also done is to start implementation of a capability to ingest the manufacturing business operations and the structured pack size data in PMS. This, as you know, is going to support the submission and the enrichment of manufacturing business operations, and also a structured pack size data beginning of next year using the product UI and also the PMS API. During this quarter, we have also started the analysis of the public PMS API and the upgrade of FHIR to version R5, because we want to be aligned with EAF, which is already in version R5. So the main goal for next year is to be able to update the PMS FHIR version to R5. One of the achievements as well and the milestones that we had for this quarter is the reuse of IDs when moving packaged medicinal products between products. This is something that I'm going to demo afterwards, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time explaining this. I will do it later in the demo. Moreover, during this quarter, we have done the analysis of the technical solution to be able to merge pack sizes for medicinal products that has multiple languages. So we have, for example, Belgium and Finland, for example, but also those records for centrally authorized products where the authorization country is Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. So next quarter, we want to implement this. So the idea is that we will group those pack sizes under the same medicinal product, and also for products where we have multilingual, multiple languages, we will be able to merge those EV codes that belong to the same pack size. What we have also done during this quarter is to prepare the access for the PMS API for MCAs, for the moment only for those that are managing human and veterinary products. Those NCAs that are only human NCAs will get the access by the end of next quarter. As I said before, during this demo, I will be demoing the reuse of IDs, but I will explain it a bit later. If I can have the next slide. Here you can see some of the next PMS training sessions that we will have. On 19th of September, so tomorrow, we are hosting a webinar for NCAs only, where we will explain how we are going to support them on the data mapping exercise that they have to do to be able to be ready for the ESMP submission of data. Also, on the 2nd of October, we will have an info session on the PMS API for human and veterinary MCAs. We will provide the links and the registration, but just for you to know, this will be a webinar to give information on the API for MCAs. And in the next slide is the first slide for my system demo. As you know, in chapter 7 and also in chapter 9 of the EUIG, we have explained how we are grouping the EXID records under the same medicinal product. So different EV codes that belong to the same medicinal product, we are merging them together using different data elements. If in EXID there is any data quality issue on those grouping, on those fields that we use for the grouping, then this might lead to the generation of wrong medicinal products. So as you can see here on the first table, we have two EV codes, where in one of those EV codes, we have a data quality issue. The S on the second one is missing. We are using the name as a grouping element. So in this case, you can see on the table, the top on the right, we are generating two different PMS IDs, so two different products, because the same is different. You can see also that we have then two different package IDs. One is ended on 27, the other one is on 28. These two EV codes should be part of the same medicinal product. They are just different packages of the same product, but due to this data quality issue, we are creating two products. Whenever we submit the correction in EXID, so you can see in the lower table on the left, when we include the letter S, what we do is we merge and we move this pack size that we created before into the correct medicinal product in PMS. What we are also doing, and this is something that we were not doing before, that way we have implemented it now, is keeping the package ID of the former product. So I'm gonna demo how this is working, but I think I need to be host. So Emily, I don't know if you can make me host for a moment.
Yes, that's it, Marcos.
Now I can. Yes, I can. So I hope you can see my screen right now. As you can see here, I have these two. I'm just going to reset just in case the application. So you can see that I have these two EV codes that I was presenting at the beginning. You can see indeed that there is a data quality issue on this one because we are missing the S. So what I'm going to do is just send an update of this medicinal product, to this EV code, to include the correct name. And in the meantime, I will explain. This is a test system demo. I validate this. I can send this message in EXID, and we can wait for this update to happen. In the meantime, let me go to the API. So this is Postman, where we have the PMS API. And you can see that I'm gonna check for this medicinal product, is the one that was incorrectly done. You can see this is the PMS ID, and I have one pack size here. Maybe I can make it cannot make it bigger, sorry for that. But you can see that we have this package ID, and we also have the status of the product that I can see here. Sorry, this is the PMS, the RMS ID for the current product. So we have a medicinal product that is incorrectly created. We can also search for the name of the product, and you can see that it's missing one S. So what is happening now, I have sent this update to EXID. We need to wait for this update to happen. But once it's updated, so now it is updated, we have the same name. In principle, if I go back to PMS, I will be able to see, I need to wait for a new version of the product, so we can wait. We will move this package to the package that was created for the correct medicinal product, keeping the package ID. Why is this important? Because EMA holders and NCAs should do the mapping against this package ID. So by keeping this ID, what we are doing is we are making sure that if this package moves to one product to the other, the mapping will be kept. Now you can see that I have a new version. If I look for the pack, there is no result. This package has moved. And also the status of this product is now a different one. This RMS ID is ending in 7. And if you search this in RMS, this is a nullified product. I don't have a package, and that's why I have nullified this product. If we looked for the other PMS ID, so this one, in PMS, we will be able to see that now we have two packages, two packaged medicinal products. Let's wait until it gets the correct. Yeah. So if we look for the package, now we can see that we have these two packaged medicinal products, 27 and 28. This 28 is the one that we had here before, and that now has moved to the correct medicinal product in PMS. So this is what I wanted to demo. This is what we call the reuse of IDs when moving to different medicinal products. And I explained, this is going to support the mapping of medicinal product and pack sizes for NCAs and also for marketing authorization holders. So this is my demo. I think we have 10 minutes for questions that I would assume that we have a couple of them maybe. So
less than we're used to, Marcos.
Oh,
but maybe they'll. There's obviously a little bit of a delay on the YouTube feed, so they'll come filling in. But we'll get started on the ones that we have. And I got some feedback that I wasn't audible before, so I hope, Emily, this is better. Do let me know if not. Now, the first question up on the board is, if marketing authorization holders change data in XEVMPD after initial migration with a data quality issue, will the logic provided still apply?
Yeah, correct. So if you have submitted a record in XEMPD with a data quality issue, then we have migrated this into PMS. If you spot the mistake and you correct it, then this logic will still apply, and we will be moving the pack sizes to the correct medicinal product.
Okay, then we're going to keep on moving as they come in. What do you use as source of truth to know that an entry contains a mistake? Compromido, compromidos, as an example.
Yeah. So we use the SMPC. So we are still using the validation rules that we have in XCDMPD. And XCDMPD says that the source of truth and the document that we use for the validation is the SMPC. So if the SMPC we have comprimidos, then we know that comprimido without the S, it's wrong. So yeah, it's the SMPC.
Okay. Then question from Ali. Oh, Duff just overtook her. In PMS, I find medicinal products in status current, but also provisional. What is the meaning of the latter? I do not find any documentation on the status.
Yeah, for the moment, this is just an internal status. So current and provisional, we can say that they mean the same. Current is for caps because they are coming from Siamet, and we have been using this status since the beginning. Provisional is for NAPs. And then against current and provisional, we have nullified. So it's just a matter of if it's a cap, it's current. If it's a non-cap, it's provisional, and this has been like this since the initial migration. But there is nothing that you need to worry about because it's just a convention that we have.
Okay, but indeed, we'll take note because that seems like a good one to maybe just address in an FAQ, right?
Correct.
So then Elizabeth is asking, now I'm definitely going to answer Elizabeth's question. I haven't answered. What is the estimated target timeline for the completion of this moving of product records within PMS?
So I think that's a good question. There is not really a timeline. This is just a feature that we have created because we might always have data quality issues because there can be like human mistakes when entering the data. So we need to make sure that if there is a data quality issue, as soon as we fix it, we will be able to move the pack size to the correct medicinal product. Here, important, you need to make sure that the records that you have are correctly in XCMPD. There are no data quality issues. The name is correct. The dose form is always the same for the EV codes that belong to the same medicinal product, etc. But this is something that maybe in 1 year we will continue doing these data quality issues because people still need to submit the data to XCMPD.
But would it be fair to say that the volume of having to take those types of actions will probably go down, right? Then as the unit
Yes,
diminishes,
we
so that
yeah.
the largest volume, indeed, maybe we can provide a target estimate for. Okay. Then CH asks, can you provide information on what type of manufacturing data needs to be submitted on package for ESMP by December 2025?
So not now, because this is not the scope of the system demo, but we are already in contact with the SMEs. We have asked them to gather all the doubts and all the questions that EMA holders have in relation to the submission of manufacturers to PMS. And so you can contact the SMEs with your questions. We will gather all of them. We will discuss internally. We will gather all the replies, and we will host a webinar similar to the one that we had for the pack size submission, but in this case focused on manufacturers. So we will give all the information with manufacturers, by when, which are the different ways to submit the data, etc., etc. So I cannot provide now this information, but there will be a webinar.
Indeed, and indeed, to understand what Marcos was referring to, that would be the PMS info day that we had earlier, of which there is a recording, which I highly recommend indeed that people review as well, if you did not attend the day. Then CH also asked the question, can you give an outlook as to when pending MRP, DCP, and national registrations must be transmitted via XEVMPD in order to be integrated into PMS, and which data exactly is required or where further information can be found?
Yeah, so that's also a good question. I just had a chat with Cristina Pusari, the PO from EAF, to check when are we going to release this functionality. For the moment, national authorized products are only in the product UI, Veronica will explain later, and in the PMS API. We don't have those in EAF, which is the scope of this. So most likely this will go live beginning of January 2025. We will open this. We need to update chapter 3.2 of XEMPD to explain how to submit this information, which is the data that we need. Just one thing, it will be only MRPs and DCPs under evaluation, no pure national registrations, because they are out of the scope of EAF, this pending national, and also out of the scope of PMS. So it will be only MRPs and DCPs. But I hope we can tell you more on the next system demo, because we will be able to have this information. But I guess it will be beginning of Q1.
Thank you, Marcos. Okay, 2 minutes on the clock. We'll see what else we can squeeze in. Alice Borghi is asking, when will the PMS API be publicly available? And when will the nationally authorized products be added?
Okay, so as I explained, if you are talking about the public PMS API, this will not be ready until next year. If you are talking about the PMS API where MA holders and NCAs can have access, this is already in place. You can get your user through IAM. You can check chapter 1 of the EYG on how to register for the PMS API, and nationally authorized products are already there. So yeah, it depends which one are you talking about. Yeah.
But you answered both, so thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
Let's see. So final anonymous question before we move on. When were you referred to the PMS demo regarding information as to what manufacturing information exactly is expected by December? And how is it supposed to be entered into PMS? I think this may relate to CH's question that you already answered, but if not, go ahead.
Yeah, so very quickly, we will have a specific webinar on submission of manufacturers and everything related to this together with ESMP. So not in the system demo, we are not providing this information. We need a 2 hours webinar maybe to explain and go through all these questions.
Yeah, so keep your eyes peeled on the messaging and the EMA website. With that, I would like to thank Marcos and introduce, indeed, him, move on to the system demo for the product user interface with Marcos's colleague and collaborator, Veronica Lepuccia di Paola. But before we give the floor to Veronica, we have the service messages. One is that indeed updates quarterly on all these products in product lifecycle management. So all the products that you're currently watching are part of the product lifecycle management value stream. There is a newsletter. We target it at pharmaceutical companies of both human and veterinary products, but maybe there's a bit of interest for everyone. You can subscribe using this QR code. If you can grab your phone quick enough. If not, the deck will be shared. And of course, you can also find the subscription link on the EMA website in our newsletter section. Then, in terms of this demo, and again, we are showing features that we've developed over the past 3 months, as Marcos also just explained. These are not trainings. This is very much to check progress on achieving the goals of the system or the products that we're developing. It is to also obtain your feedback, whether that's on prioritization or maybe frequently asked questions that we need to address. So all those things, indeed, you can share with us via Slido. The Slido Q&A, public questions, where you can ask your question or upvote somebody else's question. You've maybe already noticed that we tend to focus indeed on the most voted questions and answer them live, and we'll try and answer as many questions offline, and all the Q&A will be published after the demo. If you do not want your question to be public or indeed published, then you can use option 2, and you can use the poll function in Slido to ask your question. There's the Q&R code here if you want to get onto Slido with your phone, but if not, you can go to slido.com and indeed do the hash and then the 7 digits that you see on the screen and you see in the bottom left of every slide. Make sure you go to the right room, and we're moving from PMS to the product user interface now. Over to you, Veronica.
Thank you, Joris. Good morning, everybody. In line with what my colleague Marcos Fernandez just mentioned on PMS, I'm going to provide you an update on which have been the deliverable that we have achieved so far in this Q3 of this year in relation to the product user interface. The PUI is the portal where registered users such as EMA, NCA, and MAHs can access the product based on UAG Chapter 5 principles. So the first milestones that we have been able to release and achieve has been the release of non-CAPS data into the PMS product user interface. This is a fresh news from yesterday afternoon, so I'm very pleased, and I would like to thank all the teams that have been working with us to make this possible. If you access now the PLM portal, specifically the PUI section, you will be able to access your owned non-centrally authorized product data. And for that, I mean the nationally authorized data, MRP or GCP products. So in addition to the CAPS, you will be also able to see structured data in line with the principles of the data migration mentioned in UAG Chapter 7 in PUI. The next achievements that we have released in UAT, not in production yet, and this is in line with the previously mentioned timelines from Marcos to support also the ESMP timelines. We have been able this week actually to release in UAT successfully the edit pages in the product user interface. I'm gonna demo to you today how the enrichment process for a minimum data sets is possible will be possible for registered MAHs starting from Q1 25. We have also able to extend the data sets of information on the public reports. So this is already available in production for you. But also we have improved also the performances because when we access or we have multiple and parallel accesses of the TLM portal across the different products, EPI, EAF, and PUI, and specifically also within the PUI pages, we have experienced some issues related to the performances, the time frame that you need to wait for a page to be loaded. So we have been working quite extensively to improve the performances, not only on the view pages, but also on the agent. Now, moving to what I'm going to demo for this quarter, as I mentioned to you, we have released in UAT2 environments the edit pages. So I'm going to guide you across those steps, which I think are very important for all of you. And also, I will take the opportunity to show you how the non-CAPS data have been now made available in production environments, and the extended public human medicine report with additional informations that we have been able to deploy. If I can move please to the next slide, I will just would like to advertise a bit what we are aiming to host. Is a webinar dedicated on product user interface to train both industry and network registered users on how to access non-CAPS, and most in particularly to teach you how to which are the differences between the CAPS data and non-CAPS in data being loaded from XCV-MPD. As you know, non-CAPS data are only coming from XCV-MPD, so in this case, we do not have the match and merge with SIAM, the EMA internal database. The event will be hosted in WebEx, and as usual, my colleagues will share with you the presentation. You have the link. You can already register in case you may be interested. Now, I will be moving to the demo and starting from the initial point that I would like to demo. I'll share my screen. I hope, Emily, I have the right. Yes, I can see that. So that's perfect. Thank you. I hope you can see my screen. I'm just sharing now. And from what I see,
Yes, we can, Veronica. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. So, colleagues, just to remind you, we are in UAT environment and not in production, because I'm gonna explain to you how me as user, I can submit manufacturer updated information, pack size, and data carrier identifier. So now I'm impersonating an industry user, and specifically I'm impersonating an MAH called Doc Generici SRL. So I'm only able to see their products. I know already which product I want to update information on, so I just search as usual. You might be already familiar with this functionality of the searching. I enter the PMS ID, but you can also launch whatever query you want. Specifically, I'm looking for an Italian nationally authorized product. In this case, this is my product, is Fluoxetina Doc Generici 20 milligrams per 5 ml oral solution. What I need to do, if you see the differences between prod and UAT, we have view data button. In production, you can only see the view data button, but now I can also see the edit data. This is what you will be able to see in production from Q1. I click on edit because I wanted to update this product exactly. So the system will open to you a page, a small page, let's say, addressing you to the type of change request that you're submitting. You need to be able, of course, to distinguish your type of change request. So in this case, you can enter is a free text field. Of course, I'm entering just test one because I'm testing. I can enter a description, test one. I can specify whatever I want. Please bear in mind that this information is just for the user to be able to recognize what you're submitting to, the scope of your submission. You click on next or close in case you have clicked wrongly the edit button, so you didn't want to edit it. The system will load and will directly address you to the main page of the change request. So for those users who are kind of familiar with the SPORE portal, with RMS and with OMS portal, it looks similar. So you have the header. Test one is the title of my change request. It's for me to recognize what I'm doing. I'm gonna have an ID. A type of the change request, if you see here, it mentions enrichment. It means that I am adding more information that weren't provided before as a result of the data submission. You have a type here with a star, means that it's a mandatory field to be populated. In this case, the field is set by default an enrichment. If you click on the arrow, it won't open any other drop-down menu. It just addresses you to the enrichment. You have a friendly name, you find your description, you know who is creating. In this case, it's me working for Doc Generici. Created on, updated, because I might have updated in a secondary stage, and then also the last updated date. Now, let's assume I have made a mistake. I created already a test 1, and I wanted to refer to test 2. It's fine. I'm still in a situation where I can do that, and I can update it, not to create any duplicates. You click on save, and the system, for a moment, will still show you the test 1, the previous record, but you just duplicate. You need to give a time, and in this case, I can close it, and I see that this is updated. You can go back, you can do whatever you want. Now, I have selected my product. You can select more than one product. It doesn't matter. In this case, I just want to apply my changes here. If I am in doubt of the PMS ID, and in case I want to see which kind of product I want to look for, I just click here and the system automatically direct me to the pages, but just the view pages. So the view pages doesn't allow you at all to change anything. It's just for you to make sure that you are pointed to the correct product that you were looking for, just in case, before submitting or doing anything. You see the full name, you see the EMAH holder. In this case, the EMAH number, authorization country, the status is not here, but please remember, we are in UAT test environment. So these are kind of excused. Now, I saved, I want to continue editing. I click here. The finalization button is still must because I haven't applied any change. So that's why it's kind of hidden. The system will direct you now to the edit page, which is different. If you see, we have a lot of plus a button that can enable you to add more information, while in the view page, you can't see anything. So that's the main difference. Now, let me close this view because I don't mind. For your information, again, we are in UAT, so please bear in mind that all of these extra buttons won't be made available in production in Q1 25. What will be made available for the user to amend is at this level, medicinal product level, manufacturer, the manufacturer section corresponding to the manufacturer business operation class according to UAG chapter 2. Under the package medicinal product, the pack size, you can see an edit button. I will explain to you later how it works. And within that, the data carrier identifiers. All the rest won't be made available for the enrichment process. And this is the MVP, the minimum viable products that we have agreed for the first release. Now, let me guide you through the functionality. I want to add a manufacturer because, as you know, according to Chapter 7, no manufacturer's information are available, of course, from the migration from XCV-NPD into PMS. So that's the reason why the MAHs for non-centrally authorized products are required to submit their own data. I'm just using dummy information, of course. Any information that is showed here is just a dummy data, but it's for you to follow with me during the demo. So I want to add Alpha Pharmaceutical GmbH. I make sure I'm looking for the correct one. You can look for a loc ID or an org ID. You can select and go through all of these pages. There are quite a lot of pages. My suggestion would be to always look for a loc ID. Now I'm not running that because we are strict in timelines, but I can ensure it's working. I just tested it yesterday and it was working. You have selected it's quite fast in this way. You make sure that what you have selected is corresponding to the right information you want to submit. Fine, let's assume it's that. You have 3 buttons, close, save, and save a new. I only need to submit one manufacturer. So I only click on save. If I want to create more than one selection, I click on save and new. But let's assume I want to have just one manufacturer and the related business operation. In a matter of sec, you will be able to find this reflected. You have also some buttons, remove and edit, that of course the functionality is pretty intuitive. If you want to edit it because you selected the wrong one, you click on it and you re-update it. In this case, I close it because I know I selected the right one. Done. You have email address, telephone number, etc., etc. Please bear in mind that some of these elements are empty because they are referred to the EAF. So I want to focus on what is stated in EUG Chapter 2, this row. Data are not available. Yes, we know. I need to add it. Add manufacturing operation. When I click here, I'm adding. You need to be aware that you are adding all the information only referred to this manufacturer. If you want to add more information, more operation to another manufacturer, you need to act first at this level and then move to this one, the level 2. It's anyway pretty intuitive. I click add, I'm adding for that manufacturer the specific data sets as per chapter 2. This is my manufacturer, fine, okay, just to give a second look just to be sure. Operation type, we know operation type, this is fetching the data from the manufactured activity RMS list, IDMP data. Now, let's assume I want to select something that is confidential. I know by heart that this is confidential. It can't be publicly available. So I select active substance intermediates physical processing as MBO, operation type. Then I need to submit also the start date. Now, again, I'm submitting dummy data, colleagues. Please bear with me to go a little bit fast. The end date, I don't need it because I know that this is currently ongoing and the activity is still valid, so it's fine. I know that this is confidential, so please be careful when you click either public or confidential, because for the moment I'm acting as a qualified user. If you read chapter 5 and the principle, qualified user has a full access to any confidential and confidential data. If you select public, it means that the regular user for your organization will be able to see this manufacturer information. So please be very careful. Manufacturer authorization reference number. Again, I'm just entering dummy data. It's a free text field. You can enter any data you want. Effective date, you can say whatever. Of course, it should be in line with this. Not before the date of the start date, but this is based on the EUG Chapter 2 business rules. Regulatory agency. Now, I choose an Italian one, but I might have been approved for this by Croatia. Then I select Croatia, again, fetching from OMS in this case. These fields, please bear with us, in UAT, we still need to define with the EAF team whether this should be made publicly public for MPUI, so please disregard those. For the moment, just focus on the UAG data elements. I save, you make sure everything is fine, you save, and the system is processing your updates. Expand it again, you will see all reflected here. No end date, perfect. I don't save it for the moment because I want to proceed more information to update more information.
Just a quick note, Veronica, that we have officially have 2 minutes left in the
okay, I will be super fast. So just the most important one, the edit. I need to include the pack size, and this is super easy. Unit presentation. I know this product is one bottle, so the presentation for me that I select, it's a bottle. I click on the select section and the quantity is saved. Then I click on save. I will be very, very fast. You see that reflected, and if you click on save, you will see that reflected in the pack size, which is a concatenation of information. Now, I need to enter, and this is the last one, the identifier. The identifier is empty because we know it will be an optional submission. Again, free text field, you need to click on system, and the system will take information from an RMS ID. In UAT, we have a bug, but it's taken from RMS list, which is the source of information. So for the moment, it's okay. I'll just select one, but it's fine anyway. You save it and you will see saved here. If I'm ready, I click on save. And then when I go back to my change request, automatically it will tell you it's successfully submitted. And this is how you have submitted your information. So I'll stop because there might be questions maybe. Thank you.
Okay, if that's the stop, then we're oh, sorry, click too many for the video. It's exactly 11:50. So we're officially in break time. However, you are saved by your dear colleague Marcos, who's been answering lots of
Thank you.
questions in Slido, except for the latest ones that have come in. So what we will do indeed is it is officially break time. This is being recorded. The questions indeed will also be there in writing, but maybe indeed I see there's 2 questions with a lot of upvotes that don't have a written answer yet. So how about we, I see Marcos is chipping away at those as well. So maybe we
Thank
just
you.
engage with Josef's question, and then we stop and we'll reconvene at 12 with
So
the next product.
quick answer is no. There is currently no way, but we are working in to release a functionality to indeed export this public data.
Okay. Now, indeed, with everything else, I indeed see that it has a reply, or indeed is getting a reply. So I encourage everyone indeed to read those replies. They should be accessible to all users. We're just going to take indeed a 9-minute break. We'll be back at 12 o'clock for EPI with Evan and Elizabeth, and I'd like to thank Veronica very much for the demo.
Thank you.
It's 12 o'clock and we're back with the EMA Q3 system demo and demoing the various products in our product lifecycle management value stream. And before we move on to our next demo for electronic product information with Elizabeth Scanlon and Evan Druses, two messages. The first one, on the product lifecycle management newsletter. We target it at pharmaceutical companies. It's issued quarterly. It's for human and veterinary products. You can subscribe using the QR code on the screen, or indeed simply go to the EMA website and go to the subscription link there and get indeed the quarterly updates on PLM. Now, as for interacting today during the system demo, during this demo, you'll be shown features developed mainly over the past 3 months. You'll be able to see indeed what the progress was against the goals that the team set for that particular system for this quarter. And you'll be able to give feedback and ask your questions. Questions and feedback should be done through Slido, the Q&A function in Slido, where you can either ask your question or upvote a question. And if we have time for live questions, which we often do, but not always, we will indeed prioritize the questions with the most votes. We'll make an effort indeed to answer all the questions if possible in writing, and the Q&A will be published after the event. If you do not want your question to be public or published, use the poll function in Slido, and there you can also ask a question. Slido, you can either go to slido.com and put in that hash and the 7-digit code, or just scan the QR code. The Slido code will be at the bottom left of every slide that Elizabeth is about to present.
Thank you, Yaris. Thanks for the opportunity to update you on what we've been doing for the last quarter. So here you can see our achievements for the PI. So significantly, in the last quarter, we've closed the EPI pilot with the publication of the last EPI from the Danish authority. And as you know, we've been running this pilot for about a year. So this is a very significant milestone now, and I'll summarize a little bit more in a following slide. Also in this PI, we completed triage of a UAT that we had done on the portal functionality that was carried out in June. I'll give you a little summary of that later as well. Our main focus for the last 3 months has been the FHIR upload functionality. This is very important functionality, and we have developed this to a point where we have a stable upload functionality where we can upload externally created FHIR files, extract out the individual EPI documents from the file, perform validation, and then import them into the PLM portal EPI. Evan will be taking a deeper look at that in a few minutes. And something that happened in the background, but has been a considerable amount of work and is also extremely important for us, for our efficiency, is that we created our first automated regression testing suite. So this means that every time we have to do regression testing now, this can be done in an automated way. We don't have to do manual regression testing, and this is much more efficient. So in today's demo, I'm going to a little bit summarize where we are with the pilot, also a summary of the UAT that we had in June, and then I'm going to pass over to Evan, who's the network product owner, who's going to take a deeper dive into the FHIR import with the focus on the validation part. Next slide, please. So we have been performing a pilot with real regulatory procedures, and EMA procedures have been involved in the pilot, but also procedures from the Spanish, the Danish, the Dutch, and the Swedish Medicines Agency. And this has been going on for a year and is now complete, with finally a total of 23 EPIs published. So these EPIs were created in normal business processes in real regulatory procedures, and then when the procedure was finished, they were published by the regulators. And out of these 23, 5 of these were for CAP products, and the remainder were for national products. And we are now bringing together all the outcomes and the feedback we received from the NCA SMEs running the pilot and from the participants, both the regulators and the companies. And we're preparing a report where we're going to detail what were the learnings and what are the recommendations as a result of our experience with the pilot. And you can go to the PLM portal. You don't even have to log in, and click on published EPIs and go and browse through the EPIs that we published in the course of this pilot. Next slide, please. A little summary of the UAT, that we had a diverse participation in this UAT in June, and the scope of the UAT, I spoke about it in the last system demo, was registration process for EPI and getting EPI roles and getting access to EPI portal functionalities, and then everything around the portal, the creation, management, approval and publication of EPI, plus the user guidance that we provided. So we have completed in this last PI the triage of all the feedback that we received. I just want to point out that we had a very diverse participants. We were very happy to have 6 representatives from 6 trade organizations and 21 NCAs involved. And in terms of the triage, which is what we've been doing in the last PI, we had over 400 pieces of feedback. So triaging here involved consolidating when duplicate feedback was given. Then we used the feedback in many cases to update existing stories, which are work items that we have in our backlog. And once the feedback goes into our backlog, that means we can work on it in future. And as well as updating existing stories in our backlog, we also had 10 new bugs from the feedback and 22 new user stories or pieces of work that we will prioritize and work on in the future. But in addition to actually processing and triaging the feedback, we actually did start work on some of the feedback that we received. We had a bug with access for some users, which has now been fixed. We noticed we had some feedback from users in the UAT about certain actions within the portal taking longer than expected. And we are now in the middle of doing performance testing across the portal so that we'll be able to really analyze this and see where we can remediate some of the issues with performance. And we had a lot of feedback naturally, which we expected on the UI, and we have also started an exercise where we're preparing wireframes to do a refresh of the UI and where we can remedy and resolve some of the issues that we received feedback on in the UAT. Now, in the next slide, I think I'm just going to pass over to Evan. He's going to take a closer look at the import, particularly the validation part, which is what was our focus development-wise in this last PI. Over to you, Evan.
Thank you very much, Libby. Hello, everyone. My name is Evan Druces. I am the EPI Network Product Owner from the Spanish agency. And as Libby mentioned, I will be demoing the import fire functionality with QRD and fire profile validations. With that being said, let me go ahead and share my screen. So I hope that you can see my screen.
Yes, we can, Evan. Thank you.
Thank you for the confirmation. So in the future, we anticipate that import fire will be used by a majority of companies. And in order to ensure that imported fire files conform with the QRD validations and fire profile validations, we have implemented various validation checks in the import process. So let me go ahead and guide us through this process. So here I am at the EPI list page. I can go ahead and click on the EPI that I want to use for this import process. I am then brought to the Manage EPI page. So I need to select a language firstly, and then scroll down to the bottom and click on the Import Fire button. I am then presented with a fire selection modal. So this is where I can browse files on my local machine to import. So I'll go ahead and click on Browse Files. And for today's demo, I have selected 4 files. We can see here that this first one is an SMPC without any errors. However, these next 3 files have been manipulated in a way that they will fail either the QRD validation, the extraction phase, or the fire profile validation. Okay, so I'll go ahead and click on these files. And we can now see the 4 files that I have selected from my local machine. It's important to note that this is the first phase of the validation. So at this point, we call this the extract documents phase, because we are extracting the FHIR resources that are of type bundle document. And we're also doing some other checks. For example, we are checking that these files are indeed valid XML files. We are checking that they have a title, that they do not exceed 200 megabytes, and that the document type RMS codes are correct. So those are some valid extract documents checks we're doing at this point. To continue on with the process, I will click on the validate button, and I'm brought to the validation window. So we can see here that one document has immediately failed validation, and this is the document that failed the extraction phase. So this is expected. And of course, we can see the document that failed the QRD rules, and at the bottom here, the file that failed the FHIR profile validation. And of course, the ESMP without any errors has been validated correctly. Okay, I just want to point out on the right hand, we have a column for the validation report. So we are providing this to users to help them troubleshoot and identify what errors they have in their files. So you can go ahead and click on the icon to download the validation report, save it to your local machine, and you can of course open the validation report in your preferred code editor. Okay, so that is a little bit about the validation report. Towards the end of the demo, I'm going to walk us through the validation reports for these examples, so we can take a quick look at the validation reports and also the imported files and what exactly was wrong with them. Okay, but just to finish this import process, now that these documents have finalized validation, I can click on the import button on the bottom right. I'm prompted to remind the user that you can back up your files before you import, but for today, we'll go ahead and proceed with the import. So in this window now, this is the import window, and we can see that the 3 files that have failed validation have also failed the import phase. So you can only import files that have passed validation. And of course, the SMPC here without any errors has been successfully imported. Okay, just to finalize this process, I'll go ahead and close. A little warning that you can download the validation reports before you close this window. I'll proceed, click on yes. And here on the Manage EPI page, we can see that this EPI, the English portion of this EPI has been modified. We have a date here and also a timestamp for when the EPI was modified. And of course, you can see what user has modified this EPI. Okay, so that is the complete walkthrough of the import process. I would just like to backtrack a little bit so that we can take a look at the validation report, because it's an important aspect of troubleshooting why a file might fail validation. So this first one I would like to take a look at is the extract documents error. So here in the response, we can see that this file failed because it has an invalid document type RMS code. So if I go to that file that I tried to validate and import, we can see here I wrote a little comment here, incorrect RMS document type code for labeling. The correct code is this code right here, starting with 1. So this is the troublesome value that we have here. This is the incorrect code. So if I replace it with this one, and I save this document, I can take it back to the API portal, validate it, and import it successfully. Okay, so that one has the incorrect RMS document type code. The next validation report we have here is a profile error. So here at the top, we can see that there is an error. And in this text element, we have a brief description of the error. It says a document must have an identifier with a system and a value. And here in the location, we can see exactly where this element takes place. So it is inside of the bundle. So if I go here to the bundle documents and in the identifier section, we can see that there is a system and a URL, but it is actually missing the value for the identifier. So generally you would see here value, and then a valid GUID. So if I go ahead and correct that and save it, I bring it back to the portal, and I will be able to validate and import successfully. Okay, so that is a FHIR profile error. The next one is a QRD error. So this is an important check for business, because in the QRD validation check, we are ensuring that all of these mandatory sections as defined by the QRD template are in fact in the API. So we're checking that mandatory sections are there and that they're also in the correct order. So if I scroll down to the bottom, we can see two errors. This is the errors are the exact same. It's a cardinality error. So if I go here to the text, it says instance count is 0, which is not within the specified cardinality of 1 to 1. So this is a mandatory section that is actually missing from the API. And of course, in the location, we can see that it's inside of the bundle. And if I scroll over to the right, we can actually see the QRD section and the RMS code that is missing. So the one that's missing is 29896. And if we go to the document that I tried to validate and import, and inside of the composition, we can scroll down and see section 1. So this is section 1, what is product X and what it is used for. And we can see that the next section is actually section 3, how to take product X. So we are actually missing section 2, which is the section that ends in 29896. So that is why this file is failing the QRD validation. We are missing section 2. So of course, if you enter that, put in that section with the correct codes and of course the content from the API, and you can bring it back to the portal and validate it and import it successfully. Just to wrap things up, this is a validation report without any errors. So at the moment, there are just some warnings that we can see here. But warnings are fine. You can successfully validate and import an API that has warnings. That is not an issue. And just to wrap up here, this is the SMPC without any errors. Okay, so that was a quick walkthrough of the import FHIR with QRD and FHIR profile validations. And we hope to look forward to seeing you in December for the next system demo.
Great, thank you, Evan. Now we have 3 minutes left in our API time box, and a few questions have come in. Libby's been doing a great job indeed already answering some of them. However, the one at the top is there any news about the import functionality for Word documents? This is an absolute must-have for many pharmaceutical companies.
For us, this is not in scope of what we're going to be developing in the near term. We did do some experimentation, and we know that there are many providers in the environment that can already provide this for other XML type formats and will likely provide it in the future. But for us, the main ways with which the company can provide the API is via the FHIR import or via the editor in the portal. So we will be providing 2 ways. Maybe it will be something advanced for the future, but it's not in the near-term development.
All right, thank you, Libby. Then going to the questions that already have an answer, since we have a little bit of time. Then we have, is it the intention of EMA that marketing authorization holders need to submit product information, SMPC, PIL, etc., in PLM portal in the FHIR format?
I think that this is what we're hearing from, many of our stakeholders in industry, that they expect that the way that they will most likely from their systems want to provide API to us will be by providing us with the FHIR format. But recognizing that that may not be the case for all companies, it would be possible also to provide it using the editor in the portal. So we expect, and this is why we've invested a lot of time, 2 PIs now, looking at the FHIR import functionality, and I'm sure it will continue into the future to ensure that that functionality will be there. This is what we expect indeed.
Great. I'm going to skip over the next question because that I think asks about the same thing about Word. You said that you've already answered. And indeed, there are software vendors, which is the second question. Then, can marketing authorization holders draft SMPCs in the EPI portal?
Yes, we have an editor, which if anybody has more interested, please look back at the previous system demo recordings. So it will indeed be possible to create your EPI, have it in draft status, work on it, and then when you're finished and when you're ready, submit it to the regulator.
Okay, that's all we have time for live. So thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you, Evan. And we are going to move on to regulatory procedure management with Madalena Dutama.
Good morning.
Madalena, we see, there you are. Yeah, indeed. So I'll have the service messages for a minute and then I'll hand over to you. One is to indeed plug yet again the product lifecycle management newsletter that we issue quarterly and indeed covers updates on all the products that you're hearing in this section of the system demo. It covers both human and veterinary. You can subscribe to it through the QR code or through the EMA website. Then, second portion, so Madeleine indeed will be showing system features developed over the past 3 months, showing a little bit of progress towards the goal and the go live also for RPM in January. Very much indeed open to feedback and questions, some of which we will try to answer live, time allowing, and indeed we will on a best effort basis, we will otherwise indeed answer them offline. Q&As will be published. How to answer questions? Go to slido.com and put in that number code or scan the QR code. And if you see your questions already being asked, simply upvote that question because we are likely to get to the questions with more votes than the ones with fewer. If you do not want your questions to be public, use the feedback function, the feedback poll function on Slido. So with that, over to you, Madalena, for RPM.
Thank you, Joris. Thanks for the introduction. Good afternoon from my end also. Today we are going to go through more or less what has been achieved, I think, throughout the year eventually. And I'm going to start with the achievements for this quarter. Some of them or many of them are not visible. They are enablers or other technical developments. But to start and going through the list below, as you know, we have new fee regulation kicking off at 1st of January 2025, and we are also impacted by this as regulatory procedure management. And we have already completed the NFR requirements for variations and transfers of marketing authorization using the target architecture. For the rest of our scope, this year was about creating the rest of the post-authorization procedures, including renewals, post-authorization measures, passes, annual assessment, extensions of marketing authorization, and others. We are at a very good place. We have customized and improved all these processes. We implemented a new model for post-authorization measures, which in the future will give also the applicant possibility to view it already on the portal. We've also adjusted the portals and committee secretariat functionality, so portals on the industry, portals on the network, considering the fact that we have so many processes at EMA already, so it's not only the marketing authorization landscape. We have been able to progress quite nicely with the PSUR customizations. Very few things are missing, so all in all, we have developed most part of the functionalities required for PSUR referrals and passes, which are a bit different than what is required for the other procedures like variations and renewals. This has been already validated during the UAT. We started the user acceptance testing with colleagues from the EMA network and industry subject matter experts well, at the beginning of September. This week we had the last round. We got very good feedback, many suggestions. We have around 300 lines of feedback, findings, and any other requirements for improvement. Not so many bugs, which was really good. So a busy month for us, but it's a very rewarding one because we have managed to bring all these processes for post-authorization to our stakeholders. Today, I would like to also make a small remark before I'm starting a very general demo. In the next slide, I would like to advertise and reiterate the fact that any post-authorization procedure, which is EMA-led, will be managed in IRIS if it's submitted as of 1st of January 2025. So this means that for all centrally approved products, procedures for the life cycle for any product, for any authorized product, which are variations, renewals, PSURs, post-authorization measures, and others, will be managed in IRIS. Submission, it will not change to date. So the submission is going to be done via the respective gateway and repositories. However, the case management is going to be performed in IRIS, and these cases or these procedures will be visible on the portals for industry and network. So the initial marketing authorization application is planned for next year. That's why I'm highlighting that we are occupied, or we have in scope the post-authorization life cycle. And another aspect which is relevant for the nationally approved marketing authorization holders, be it pure national procedures, MRP, DCP, authorized products, they will also need to have will be impacted for the products if there is a procedure which is EMA-led, like a PSUSA, a referral, or a pass. And for all marketing authorization holders who are impacted by these procedures, we have please record in IRIS, record or request access for your contacts if they are a procedure contact for PSUR, for referral, and passes in case of nationally approved products. If you indicate them as contacts in any of these procedures, please create an IRIS account via EMA Account Management system. So it has to be authorized. So these users have to be authorized in order to be able to collaborate with us on a case. And for the centrally approved products, the same. Please make sure that your contacts are registered. Most important is the contact authorized for communication on behalf of the marketing authorization holder. However, we advise that any other contact, if you have for scientific service or any other contact, to have an account re-registered in EMA Account Management System for IRIS. You have here a link for how to register to IRIS. Another aspect, please create these accounts on individual company email address and not generic mailboxes, because they are not supported for contact points. So that's probably something you need to prepare a bit in time, because many times there are generic mailboxes set as contacts in the context of any of these either centrally approved procedure products and or EMA-led NAPT involved, nationally approved involved products. And I think we'll have a bit of time to address some questions, because it's a very important topic, and I've seen through time that this needs more clarifications. Okay, and with this, I think I'm ready to share my screen to show you basically the fact that that all procedures are available on the portals. I hope you can see my screen soon.
Yes, we can, Madelina. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm actually logged on both industry and network portal. I would start with the network portal, which is used for as well as the industry portal. They are used for all the procedures available in IRIS, be it now from the marketing authorization landscape or any other process that you of course know. We have adapted few of the filters on the this is the network portal to allow more date filtering, to allow picking an NCA, and the process types were already there before. This is a general view on the cases for NCA, so it will have many types of procedures, including type 1B variations and other procedures which are not typically brought at the committees, but this is useful for the network to have an overview and of course assess procedures, well, have a list of procedures they are assessors for. On the other hand, there is another page dedicated to committee meetings preparation, and this one is something we have worked intensively last quarter. It has well, two parts, because this was more on the upgrading a little bit the filter for the committee meetings. I'm showing here a human view. There's one also for veterinary. We have brought up more filtering power and a bit more customized interface. The part two of this development would be to make it user friendly and change a little bit the design, because it's this is not that friendly and not that well appealing to the eye. Nevertheless, what is important, and I wanted just to show you quickly, if I clear all the filters, I have all the cases. They are grouped by agenda and annex depending on the committees. So if I choose CHMP of February 2025, I can apply a filter and I will get all the cases connected to this meeting. And there would be a multitude of all the cases we have created. They're also part of the UAT, so we have quite nicely here shown many procedures. So you could see have the extension, marketing authorization, referrals, variation type 2s, and also some general items. If I, for example, go further and filter a committee action, what was set for opinion, I will get a more narrow list of procedures with this respective action. And if I go to the case type, let me see what I could choose here. There was a referral age. This will also well, narrow down the filtering. As I mentioned, this is a good progress. It has more power, but we need to improve on the user friendliness and the UX design, because we need it to look a little bit better. Now I'm going on the other portal, which is the industry portal, and here you are also again able to see I'm logged in as an industry contact for some of these products and cases, and I can see here all the cases which are created by the EMA. So again, the submission is carried on the respective portals for PSUR repository, for the other procedures on the gateway, and only after EMA receives a technically validated submission in ECTD or NIS, in case of that, we create a case on our backend, like this one, and it will be available in the portal together with an email notification for the contact. So after a procedure is created in EMA internal interface of IRIS, the contact to receive an email that this has been created just to announce them, and the submission is going to be available. The case is going to be available on the portal. Just to mention that it's called submission because this is the default nomenclature on the IRIS portal. However, for us, there's no submission, but as explained, and maybe you are aware, but just the working documents and some small documents we exchange during the procedure. Otherwise, everything is done via the gateway and ECT. So if I go through a path, for example, I will be able to see timetable. It looks a little bit like PSUR, which was, or quite a lot like PSUR, which was demoed last time. And then we have the products in scope. If they were MRP, DCP, NAP, so nationally approved products, they would be here, the presentations and the resources allocated to EMA assistant and scientific officer. And of course, the timetable. Same for other procedure types. They are available. You would be notified in industry about the creation of the case and via automated emails, and you will also receive then information on what to do if you want to change the contact of the case. So for PSUR, the contacts are included in this when the PSUR is submitted. For other centrally approved products, the contact is by default the product contact, and afterwards they could change it to a colleague or whoever they consider necessary. So there is no need to indicate anyone else in the application form. So that's valid for the centrally approved products, and for passes, referrals, and PSUR. You are requested to indicate at the submission time a contact. Make sure that contact has an IRIS account. They will receive an email to inform you how you could change the contact person. But if you do not have an IRIS account, IRIS cannot reach you. So it only sends emails currently to colleagues who are registered in IRIS. So that's really, really important to create it for your company and products. And with this, I'm ready to take questions. It's just me today, so I think Slido was not actually updated to
No worries, Madalena.
any response, but I can take them because I intentionally left a bit more time.
Indeed. So we have 12 minutes. We'll go through them and we'll go through them carefully. And of course, we can look at them offline as we promised people. So let's see. We have Jeremy Gass asking, where can we obtain the list of point of contact for all our products? The service desk has not given feedback after 2 months.
Jeremy, can you maybe paste in the slide or the ticket number you have? I will look it up for you. And actually, we are working on this because it's a request which we received months ago already to provide an overview of the contacts to each company. What we are planning to do, I hope I will be able to finalize it soon with the service desk. We will send an email to each contact point informing them about their role and the product they are contact for. So we are communicated with whoever is authorized on the centrally approved products. Yeah. So if you receive an email and you are no longer contact, but you are informed by EMA that you are contact for authorized for communication, and that's not the case, please take action with the company which is the marketing authorization of this product, and inform them to, and together with them update this contact. So that's what we are planning to do. Hopefully before October we will get this, or before mid-October, we will get this done. If something, if otherwise, if you haven't received, let's say in a month from now, an email, it's better to create a service desk ticket. So I'm going to follow this up with you, Jeremy.
Well, indeed, but it seems indeed that at least 8 other viewers may have similar issues. So we'll indeed look at, so this is work in progress, and we'll then look at how to best communicate that. Then moving, indeed, that was by far the top voted question, but then we have from an anonymous person, which are the RPM submission types EMA is planning to remove the generation of an application form, or for which EMA is planning to remove the generation of an application form. While this form may not be of use for EMA, it is used by the applicant to be able to send the form for team review and also for archiving.
I am not sure what is really meant here. If you could maybe give us more details, is it something related to the EAF?
And I think you may be right. So let's indeed ask this person to either clarify this question,
Yes.
or indeed save it for 9 minutes from now, when indeed we have Christina Fusari talking about electronic
Yes, so
application
we
forms.
don't plan to change anything on that, so not to my knowledge, and I think Christina will confirm that. But yeah, please make a follow-up question with all the explanations, and if we don't have time, I'll respond in writing.
Okay, I'm just going to click this question away for a second, but I'll put it back for the person to possibly clarify. Catherine is asking, what is the standard timeline after the submission for EMA to create the case management in IRIS?
I think we are depending on the time. I think we had them at most a week, but our timelines have been improved. It's a few days, few working days, 2-3 maximum usually.
Then ST asks, why does it have to be an individual email address while a generic email address is allowed for a QPPV email?
It is, well, that's also like a very good question, because it's a limitation of IRIS. It's a security concern to use generic email addresses. And if we will have to communicate through IRIS with the QPPVs, probably they would also in time need to have individual email addresses. So I think the scope of QPPV was very limited in terms of data, but yeah, in the future, yeah, we would need individual addresses.
There, thank you. Then anonymous, how easy will it be to change the contact person in case the person is out of office or left the company? What will be the process?
Your administrator can give you rights, I think, or can has there's always a company administrator which has rights to view those submissions, and I think you could set up they could set up as someone as manager for a submission. Any individual which is manager for a submission can change the contact, not only the contact which is now. So ideally, when you receive a submission recorded or a case recorded at EMA, you set some of your colleagues as managers also. Then if you fall off sick or you go on holidays or you leave the company, there's someone on that case who change themselves the contact. So it's not only that I'm contact, I can change it. I'm contact and manager, but I can set Yoris as manager also on the case, and he can change the contact if I go on holiday and I forgot to do so.
There we go. Don't set yours as manager, please. Then the training webinars for industry. These indeed, as that wasn't part of the presentation, but indeed we are at the moment. Indeed, we are finalizing the plans for training, and when when we have them, they will be published on the EMA website. So both the training webinars for industry as well as NCAs should be popping up as events, indeed, in October and November. So then, is the submission contact in IRIS for a case management the person who will receive notification email in case of question or approval? EMA contact will not receive notification email.
Well, I will just to avoid any confusion, I will recap how this works. You know, you are sending us a request for setting up a contact to a certain product. That's the default product contact, the 2.4.3 section in the initial EAF. That's what you update regularly. That is the default product contact, but will become also the default case contact in case of a centrally approved product and procedure. So yes, the EMA product contact will receive this email, and they have the rights to add contributors, managers, and any person who is manager can change the product contact.
Thank you, Madalena. Then we have from Anonymous, indeed, what is the escalation pathway when service desk is not responding?
I think that's a general question.
Yep.
If you have a centralized product, maybe contact the product lead, but I would just maybe, well, that's a good question, but I think I cannot answer myself to this one.
No, indeed. So we'll make sure indeed that this question has an answer in the published Q&A. Indeed, service desk should indeed be keeping you up to date on the status of your query. You can also follow up with service desk about the status and usually receive an update. And obviously, if there are indeed certain tickets, you see that during these quarterly demos, they are being brought up. And we can look into them. So maybe also for this one, if this doesn't relate to the same issue that came up earlier in this Q&A, maybe provide your ticket number, and we can offer to have a look.
Yeah.
Okay, then we have a question again from Catherine. When the procedure is approved, but a closing sequence needs to be submitted, what is the status in IRIS?
It's usually completed. So because the ECTD sequence is separated in terms of process, is a submission on the dossier, but could also be pending resolution in case you need to still publish the EPAR, for example. But there's no impediment. There's no really, if the case is closed, you could still submit your ECTD sequence because that's a separate way. It's going via the gateway. So just to repeat, the ECTD and EAS go via the gateway, and any other small documents, they are exchanged via the portal when the case is open. Yes, indeed.
Okay, then I think we have a piece of feedback, not so much a question, from Animal Health Europe, who say that indeed the need for an individual email address for the EMA account is well understood. Great. However, this should not prevent the marketing authorization holder from communicating a functional mailbox for the contact person after authorization. So that, I think, is either a clarification or maybe indeed a functionality request.
It's more or less the same. I don't understand the difference, to be honest, because the need for an individual EMA address for the EMA account is well understood. Yes, and this individual email address would be the contact person after authorization. It's just technically not allowed to have, due to security reasons, to have a generic mailbox. That's why maybe it's better to set some auto forward rules on the company end, in case emails come from EMA with a certain pattern in terms of subject or products, or however this gets sorted at your end.
So we are seeing indeed a few questions pop up on this, so we'll make sure indeed that as part of the communication, the FAQ, and the training, this message is reinforced, that we don't have a lot of leeway on this approach. Okay, final question. Before we move on to electronic application forms, is we have a recent example of a case management via IRIS, whereby the variation has been closed as completed in IRIS, but no CVMP opinion document was uploaded and no email notification has been received up to 5 days after completion.
Please create a ticket to IT, to service desk. because there's a problem definitely. Yeah, obviously.
So we'll look into that. Okay. Then indeed, I see a comment on that seems.
I think it's the question before. Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
But
yeah.
I think we will. So there's we've gone through most of the questions. I think I will stop us here. I want to thank you very much, Madalena, for your demo and your time for the Q&A. And we are going to move on to our final demo update for today, and that is from electronic application forms with Christina. So before I give the floor to Christina, you get one more time the final plug for the PLM newsletter for everyone that's only tuning in now. There is a newsletter specifically for product lifecycle management, where indeed we cover the different products and developments in that particular value stream. We target it at pharmaceutical companies, both human and veterinary. However, indeed, there may be of something of interest to others. You can subscribe using the QR code or via the EMA website, and there you can also see the back issues. Now, in terms of interacting with this final demo and with Christina, you can do so via Slido. And there you can either indeed do public Q&As as we were just processing, by going to slido.com and putting in that 7-digit number or scanning the QR code with your phone. You can also upvote questions if your question's already being asked and you want to make sure it gets answered. Or if you do not want to answer your ask your question publicly, you can use the live polls function, where we will see the questions, we'll respond to it, but we will not publish the answer or discuss it publicly. Now, with that, I'll hand over the floor to Christina, and indeed for the update, and where you can also share your feedback on electronic application forms.
Thank you, Joris, and good afternoon, everyone. So let's have a quick look at what we have been doing during the past quarter. So during the summer months, as planned, we have been working very hard on implementing various performance improvements, and this is mainly to enable us to release the non-centrally authorized products in the electronic application form. So this is something that we have been aspiring to do for a long time. As you heard from my colleagues earlier, especially from Veronica, the non-caps are now available in the PLM portal in the product UI. So of course, we had ideally wanted to release them in the electronic application form at the same time. I think we'll be 2 weeks behind the product UI, so they are coming, and we have indeed implemented quite a few performance improvements. One of the most notable ones is the improved product selection section, because this is where there were quite a few performance issues, and that's something that I will be demoing to you today. And we have actually done a little bit of a surprise production deployment on that feature this morning. So outside a normal release cycle, we pushed that improvement into production today. We have, of course, been working on other things as well during this quarter. So we have been progressing on remaining non-cap features. So, for example, once the pending products, as mentioned by Marcos on the PMS demo, are coming, we have already implemented a functionality to display these products in the EAF. And of course, we have been implementing fixes on most important issues relating to the cap features, because of course we have announced our strongly recommended use of the web-based form for cap variations, and this includes, for example, some filters that we have implemented. Again, a hotfix was pushed into production this morning to filter out centrally authorized products where the authorization country is not European Union, and those countries are namely, of course, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. So you might have noticed these products have suddenly appeared in your forms if you've been using the web-based application form, and now they're no longer available for selection as we implemented this filter this morning. And we've also made other changes. One of those things is a maintenance pop-up that comes up when you're saving products. We have amended that pop-up a little bit, and I will be demoing that later today, or in just a few minutes. And also we've implemented a form ID, which will help us to identify the form when you have any issues. So this is mainly something that we've implemented to assist us with any issues that are raised through the service desk portal. This is just a very short list of things that we've done. We've of course done a lot more, and we will continue our development as per planned. But for now, I will move to the live demo. So I will take over the screen, if possible. See, I need to wait.
It's all yours, Christina.
Lovely. Thank you, Emily. Okay, and I will share. I hope you can see my screen. There
Yeah.
should be a
Yes, we can.
electronic
Thank you.
application form. Fantastic. So here, I would like to present how this new search grid functions. So in order of time, to save some time, I have created already a form. And now, as usual, this would be the first screen that opens for you after creating a new form. And as usual, I will click into Add Product. And now this new search grid will come. This grid is always empty. This is something that we may adjust at later stage to see if it's better to display something in here ready. You have some filters. You may wish to change this. By default, we will only show the first 10 rows of the search results. I'll change that to 100 rows. You have refresh, and you can of course change the column visibility. So let's say we don't need to see the RPI or MPID, so we can leave those out. For now, we can of course use any of these criteria. I will use the product name. And simply by clicking enter is enough. So there is no need to click into this little magnifying glass. And now we're getting some demo effect because I have just checked this earlier and it was working perfectly. So here you will get the results for Insuman, and as I had changed the filter to 100, we can see all 24 medicinal products. If we wanted to filter further, for example, well, in this particular case, there's not much more to filter. But for example, if we will use the PMS ID, enter that there, and then the results should be filtered. Perhaps the system has gone to sleep while we were waiting for our demo. There you go. And then it comes. But of course, if you have a different type of search criteria, for example, you could look for, let's clear the filters and search for tablet. There's some delay. Let's do that again. And then you won't see me clicking enter, but that's what I'm doing. Some slight delay. It was working very nice and fast earlier. As you can see, we will get all different kind of tablets. And then if we add more search criteria, it is filtered further. Ideally, not with this kind of delay. let's clear those filters, and I will repeat the search on Insuman. There you go. If I want to select all of these, as usual, I would click here and click Save. This will then trigger what I mentioned earlier, the new maintenance pop-up. This is a feature that has been implemented to prevent any errors in the form. It is basically adding all the products into the form and making sure that all the packages are available, but it's also meant to prevent you to do any other activities in the form that may then cause any errors in the actual saved form. So now, as I have selected a large set, it's taking a little while it's processing. I wanted to show this in a demo, although I find it personally quite frustrating, and it is taking quite a while. So first, you'll have that period of time where you don't really see much happening. You can see it's processing. Then this pop-up will come up. We recently changed the text of this pop-up. It used to say maintenance something, and it had quite a long message. We got some user feedback saying that, well, while you're working on the system, I'm not going to use this. I'm going to go back to the interactive PDF. Of course, that wasn't the intention. It just means we're adding the products into the application. However, this is something that it can take quite a while, especially if you're adding multiple products. We're currently working on looking at why is it taking so long. So please bear with us, as it does take quite a while. We won't stay here waiting and look at this, but once that pop-up goes away, basically you'll be shown this screen as you know. So the products are there as previously. So nothing has changed really on this screen. So you can see the product details and the packages underneath available. If you then need to remove one of those products, you would go back to add product, and you click view selected products. And now, very simply, you just click to the row. Don't attempt to click the tick box, that won't work. But if you click to the row, you can then remove those products and you click save, and then the changes will be saved in your application. So that is one of the biggest changes we've implemented. Also, in a case that it is a form that you have created before we implemented this, and you go back to that form, you will see your list as usual. If you click add product to add more products or to perhaps remove a product, you will come back to this new grid. And in that case, again, you can click to the view selected products and you will get back to the same view. Another change that we implemented is the variation ID in the PDF. You might also find that useful, or it may be mainly for the EMA staff when we're helping you. And then finally, very quickly, I wanted to show an improvement that we have done in the add package feature. So here I have two medicinal products. So now instead of having to select one of these beforehand, I can simply click here at package. And once the pop-up is ready, here I can simply select the medicinal product I wish to add the new package for in here. This will remove any confusion or any risk, so that you would choose a different product in a pop-up versus what you have selected from the list. So if I select this product here, I add the new EU number, the new EMA number, if I know that, and then of course the pack size details, and I click submit. You can then see once this pop-up has been processed that the entry, the medicinal product has been auto-selected on the list here, and then the details of the new package are pending here as previously. So that's all I wanted to show today in the demo. So I will stop sharing now and hopefully we'll have some time for questions.
We do. We have 5 minutes for questions, and there's quite a few that have come in. The first one is about whether there's any updates on timelines. Any updates of the timelines when EAF will start the transition phase for the use of NAPs before becoming mandatory?
Very good question. And unfortunately, I don't have a updated timeline slide, but I would hope that we would be able to release the NAPs in production in the EAF, let's say within the next 2 weeks or so. We will still need to do some further performance testing, but everything looks good, especially now with this new product selection feature that I just demoed. Also in our environment where we have a large number of nationally authorized products, the performance seems quite good. And this would then mean that if we release the nationally authorized products in, let's say, early October, we will still have plenty of time before we can start planning the mandatory use. So, of course, we will still need to perform the UAT, and we have some issues that are not related to the electronic application form, but in general, how IRIS and the PLM portal uses organizations from OMS. So there are some changes related to this that we will need to clarify and implement before we can look into mandatory use.
Oh, indeed. And perhaps just to reinforce what Christina said, is indeed, I think we've said that once we're ready for UAT, we would announce that 2 months in advance, then there'd be UAT, and we'd look at the findings. At that point, indeed, we would essentially start the clock of the countdown towards even the transition of mandatory use, and that transition in and of itself will then indeed be at least half a year. So there's a couple of stage gates that I think EAF has set before we're doing that exactly because we are still working on the stability and improvements on the system.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think that's next question is the same one. If not, please add to it.
It is the same. So when we talk about NAPs, it always tends to
Exactly,
include the DCP,
exactly.
MRP.
Yeah, no, indeed. I will increasingly indeed also probably be talking about non-caps in that context to make it. But indeed, then we have a question of, can you please inform of the status on improvements of the AFs in order to be able to choose alternative company names from the OMS data?
Good question. So this is indeed in our scope for Q4. So this is something that we are planning to start working in the next quarter. Unfortunately, I didn't have a list of things what we will be working on next quarter, but that's one of those in addition to the present and proposed improvements.
Great. Okay, then we have another anonymous question is, there are some NCAs that necessitate that values from marketing authorization holders on the application form be identical, verbatim, to what is printed on the packaging labeling. What are the plans to onboard the NCAs to the principles of OMS to prevent obstacles in assessment?
That's a good question because indeed it is a big change when we go for mandatory use of OMS for non-centralized procedure applications. We haven't really got a plan in view from the EAF point of view on how to educate the NCAs on this. We know that there are, of course, already some issues, but currently in the interactive PDF, you're able to manually enter the details. So this is something that we will have to definitely discuss with our OMS colleagues and see how we can do this. Also, in the view of the OMS issue that I mentioned earlier, we may have to look at potential manual entry of some address information in the web-based forms, but I would Ideally, we wouldn't need to do that, but let's see.
Okay, Christina, maybe just clarify for the audience whether there'll be any difference between the CAPS transition and the NAPS transition or EAF variations.
Ideally not. We have always planned that this would happen at the same time, also because we have work sharing procedures that contain centrally authorized products and non-centrally authorized products. This is something that we have discussed a few times because, of course, I occasionally do get strong requests that the CAPS could at least go mandatory. We have the same issue with regards to the OMS entries in IRIS and in the Dataverse, also for CAPS. So this may be one of the limiting factors, but at the moment, we do not have any different timeline for CAPS and non-CAPS for mandatory use.
Okay, that is the end of our time slot. There are still questions. I indeed will ask Christina, indeed, if she does have a little bit of time to perhaps also answer some of those in writing, and we will be publishing indeed the Q&As of questions and answers given in Slido. So with that, thank you very much, Christina, for the demo and the Q&A. I think it was appreciated, and I will hand over to back over to Jean-Michel Becard.
Thank you very much, Joris. And I would like to thank you all the product owner and our network product owner for all those demos. Thank you for all the audience for your feedback and question, which will certainly help the teams to make it better. And see you at the next system demo, the 12th of December 2024. Thank you very much, everyone.